Oh, what's up, people? Bah. At live streams, at debates. Activate Twitter chat and Facebook chat. So all the Facebook viewers. What a funny sentence. What a funny sentence. Whew. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. What's up, people? Okay, I enjoyed Thanksgiving. I had fun. I went to a family friend's house, which we go to every year. Okay, my headphones just decided to tell me, oh, they're connected to my fucking laptop. Hold on, let me just connect them. Ugh. How do you feel about green bean casserole? I don't even know. I mean, I've had casserole before. I don't know. I like green beans. I like a casserole. I don't even know if I've had. I must have had green bean casserole at some point in my life, but I don't even know. I don't even think I really have. My family doesn't make it for Thanksgiving or anything. Yeah. Oh, also. Staple at my house for Thanksgiving. Look at the cat. Look at him. Oh, this guy. Are you gonna lick me? Ah, there we go. Ah, oh, now you're licking yourself. Okay, well, I got one. That's good. Very cute. I don't know. I need good debate lighting. My laptop, it takes forever to load. I gotta turn Bluetooth off of it. Oh shoot, I didn't, Stream Deck does not work correctly. Doesn't matter that much, but I'll fix it. Okay. Okay, don't worry. I am tired. But I got Red Bull, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This was my huge Black Friday shopping haul. I didn't. Oh, I can see him. We should make a bingo cards for goofy arguments. Dude, I could make a bingo cards for the tariff argument. Maybe I should, man. Well, I mean, you know what? I could just make you know what I'll do? I'll make a dialogue tree. I'll make it a full dialogue tree, so I don't have to think at all. I'll just read off the dialogue tree. And then other people can use this too, so they don't actually have to know any of this stuff. They can also just read off the dialogue tree. Okay, Stream Deck still does not work. But you know what? Whatever. You're not a professional debater. What do you know? Should be the free school. Yeah, you're not an economist. Dude, they don't trust the economist though. I was looking at I was looking at Greg Mankiw. Oh, maybe it wasn't. It might have been it might have been the other edition of it. I was looking at the Greg Mankiw chapter, and it was like literally 100% of economists, and that's fault. It's more recent polls, and I'm assuming more are disagreeing just because the China stuff with China, there's a lot of national security concerns. But trade with China makes most Americans better off because, among other advantages, they can buy goods that are made or assembled more cheaply in China. 100% agreement. It's the 2012 poll, though. I know there's more accurate or more recent ones. Do want to read this one thing. Goods, services, and tariffs. You seem to be fairly well read, and like you don't really talk much about shit if you haven't done at least some research. Yeah, I listen. I'm not incredibly smart or anything. Not incredibly smart. I'm not a master debater. One thing I think I do reasonably well is match my level of knowledge, or match my conviction with my level of knowledge. If I don't know a ton about a thing, I'll just like be relatively neutral on it. I can tell you like what intuitively, like I haven't done a ton of research on healthcare. Intuitively, it feels like some multi-payer system with like regulated competition, or like a public option that still allows private insurance to exist. Intuitively, that feels better than like a single payer system. Government owns and controls literally everything. Government covers eye and dental and everything. Intuitively, the public option multi-payer seems better, but it's not like I've done a ton of research on it. It's not like I've parsed through the studies on like, the UK's healthcare system versus Canada versus Germany and like come to an opinion on it. It's just like intuitively from what I know about other things. And I'm perfectly fine saying that, but some people don't seem fine doing that. Okay. Over a long period of time, the U.S. economy has been shifting away from goods and towards services. If the U.S. switches to a high tariff policy, this would accelerate the shift towards services. To see why, we need to review some basic concepts in trade theory. If the U.S. adopted a high tariff policy, I personally believe in a centralized healthcare system, but that's because I worked in insurance for a while, so it's just based on what I saw there. Yeah, I mean, I do believe in a public option at the very least. Shifty. I also think, healthcare clearly has some examples of market failure, so it makes sense why some type of intervention is probably a good thing, but... Go away. I need to turn Bluetooth off on this laptop so it doesn't screw me. Oh my god, it's so laggy. Okay, you know what? I don't need it. Okay. To shift away from goods and towards services. Would accelerate Thank you, Snowing Dragon, for the sub. I appreciate it. Probably an old sub, and it's probably going to run through a bunch of old subs now. It has really made everything super difficult for the people who are using it. You'll be surprised to find out iInsurance customer service is all run through the same company. Doesn't matter if you're, doesn't matter who your provider is. You got me on the phone. You got me on the phone, and it made it all overcomplicated. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't seem ideal. To illustrate some ideas, I like to. Isn't there also? Doesn't the people who make eyeglasses, like it's like Lexada or something. Don't they have almost a monopoly on that? Don't they control like 80% of the market? Lexadica or something. If the global price of oil were $80 a barrel, then a 20% tax would tend to raise the price by $16. However, the price would probably rise slightly less than $16 because the tariff would encourage domestic production and discourage domestic consumption. Thus, $16 would be the upper limit of the resulting price increase. That's equivalent to about 40 cents a gallon. Oh, hell nah. What? Also, welcome back, Poland. Okay, imagine the global price of oil is $80. The whole optometry, is that how you pronounce it? Industry is trash. Makes sense. That means my 20% tariff would raise the price by about $16. Although that's correct pronunciation. Hell yeah, first try, baby. Let's go. Let's see, upper limit, since Optometry is a good album, though. Who made that? I don't know, I'm familiar with any Optometry album. I listen to bad music. Thank you very much. Since the tariff would encourage domestic production, whilst also discouraging domestic consumption. That's $16 redouble limit is equivalent to about 40 cents a gallon. I expect the actual increase would be slightly smaller, say 37 cents, would roughly double the 18.4 federal tax on gasoline. Today, the U.S. is a major oil producer. We import lots of oil, but we also export a significant amount. And in that case, the net effect of the tariff is more complex. Some oil that is currently being exported might be diverted to domestic consumption in parts of the U.S. that are currently importing oil. In that case, the major effect might be higher transportation costs as oil gets rerouted. What's up, Brass House? The U.S. produces a lot of oil. The U.S. is a major oil producer. Okay, so the U.S. produces a lot of oil. And we import and export a lot. In this case, the net effect of a tariff is more complex since oil previously being exported may be diverted to be sold domestically. In this case, the effect may be higher transportation costs as oil gets rerouted. Yay, fossil fuels. Most economists assume that the tariffs are paid by consumers in the domestic economy. In principle, part of the burden might be borne by foreign exporters if the tariff had a depressing effect on the global price of the goods being imported. On the other hand, if other countries retaliate with their own tariffs, which seems plausible, then it makes no sense to assume... then again, it makes sense to assume that almost all the tariff is borne by domestic consumers. In my view, that is the most reasonable assumption. Okay, in principle, part of the burden of tariffs may be borne by other countries if other countries if the tariff reduces world price. However, the actual cost is usually paid by consumers or domestic consumers. Since other countries choose to retaliate with their own tariffs. So it's a 20% tariff like a 20% VAT. Not quite, because the VAT applies to both goods and services, while tariff only applies to goods. That's not the only difference. Also, a destination-based tax just taxes imports and exports, taxes imports the same as domestic goods, whereas like a tariff explicitly is taxing foreign goods at a higher amount. Does the tariff improve the current account balance? Probably not, as the current account balance is domestic savings minus domestic investments. Tariff struggle to, he says improve. I don't really like the word improve because it's not necessarily bad. Improve the current account balance. Since the current account balance is domestic savings minus domestic investment. In most cases, it would only increase the current account balance if it boosted domestic savings, which would occur only if the tariff revenue were used for deficit reduction. Yay, tariff. I can't wait. Can't wait to be paying them, brother. Okay. Most cases would only only decrease the trade deficit if domestic savings went up, which would only occur if the tariff revenue reduced the deficit. The main effect of tariffs is to reduce all trading goods, both imports and exports. With a high tariff policy, both our imports and exports would become smaller. Most importantly, the goods sector of the economy would be taxed at a much higher rate than the service sector, which would reduce goods as a share of GDP. When is the debate, by the way? At 8 p.m. in like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's what this makes intuitive sense. I skimmed through this article before, like, reading the whole thing. Yeah, obviously you're taxing goods at a higher rate than services because tariffs only apply to goods. So your goods would shrink as a share of GDP. But also, I really like going through the, like, okay, tariffs also hurt exports. Like, please acknowledge that tariffs also hurt exports. In fact, the entire point of them is basically to hurt exports, or basically to hurt other sectors, not just exports, but by changing the relative profitability of industries. Like, can you not tariff services? Not really. I think they're called a different thing. Tariffs really only apply to goods. Like, in principle, with today's modern computing, I'm sure we could maybe find a way to do it. But tariffs aren't goods, not really services. Is to reduce trade in all goods, both imports and exports, with a high tariff policy. Both our imports and exports would become smaller. Most importantly, the goods sector of the economy would be taxed at a much higher rate than the service sector, which would reduce goods as a share of GDP. This may seem counterintuitive. We tend to think tariffs leading to the reduction of goods that were formerly being imported, and they do, but the negative effect on goods production are even greater. This is because the positive effect in domestic production from fewer imports is offset by the negative from fewer exports. This seems counterintuitive, as tariffs can lead to the production of goods previously being imported, but the negative effects in good production are greater. That's because the positive effect in domestic production from fewer imports is offset by the negative effect from fewer imports. But tariffs also hit consumption away from goods and towards services. It's this extra effect beyond a trade balance that results in economy shifting from goods towards services. When a 20% tariff increase inflation depends on the response of the Fed, it's likely the Fed would allow a one-time price increase on the grounds that the effect of the tariff is transitory. If the Fed wishes to avoid higher prices, they would be forced to have tight monetary policy and reduce nominal wages. Either way, tariffs tend to reduce the after-tax real wage unless offset with tax cuts elsewhere. This is oh god, I can't wait to be debating the definition of inflation for like. Every MAGA person is going to forget their dumb definition of inflation that they were using before, which is just like a increase of the price level or whatever, and like, you know, pretending that people are like lying about inflation because they're talking about CPI and not like cumulative inflation or whatever the hell. Whether tariffs would cause inflation depends on the response of the Fed. It's likely the Fed would allow one-time price increase on the grounds it was transitory. However, if they wish to avoid the higher prices, you don't have your left taskbar aligned, and I'm low-key judging you, or taskbar left aligned. Yeah, honestly, I went to look in San Diego. Look what I found. I wrote at Barcelona. What the hell? I went to Windows 11 pretty early on, and you know, I had it, and I had the center taskbar, and I was like, you know what? I don't think it's that bad. And I kept it, and now I'm used to it. But listen, I used to be a left taskbar enjoyer like you, and now I'm a center taskbar Chad. They would have to tighten have to have a tight money policy that reduce nominal wages. Either way, tariffs tend to reduce after-tax real wages unless offset by tax cuts elsewhere. I mean, they mechanistically decrease real incomes and real consumption possibilities, which is a way better metric than just jobs. High tariff on imported oil would discourage the consumption of oil, which is something that environmentalists favor. I'll leave it to the reader to determine what is the goal of most advocates of a high tariff policy. P.S. Obviously, the world is complex. You can make assumptions that yield different results. But I suspect many people don't understand the first order effects predicted by standard trade model set of tariffs will boost service production and reduce goods production. Here's a simple graph in a special case where importing country has no effect on global price. Crazy. So do you know about that? No, I don't. Fuck. ecological economic search. We'll just explain to me what the link is. I click on this link and it's like a random like fucking thing about the life of. I have no clue who this guy is. Like, just explain like a little bit. I'm familiar with environmental economics. Vaguely familiar, I should say. Your country benefit and trade. Suppose there are two countries. I might have to fucking. I'm not looking forward to potentially having to like just walk through this. I came up with there's like a few different. Things I came up with for some of the job things. What's up, localist? Welcome back. I don't know which is the best way to... Shortage is a way to indirectly produce imports by first producing exports and exchanging them. Tariffs must hurt the people producing exports that are previously exchanged for imports. The entire point of tariffs is to take resources being used to produce other things and shift them towards producing the protected good. By changing the relative... Oh my god, what the hell did I... No, shut up. But, don't... Malibu, stop just spamming. Profitability. The industries. I wonder... I kind of want to use... When I go over this, I kind of want to use the word artificial. My aunt's previous job got outsourced to India. Damn, it's almost like there are losers from trade. What? That's crazy, dude. What? What? That's crazy. It's almost like I would never disagree with that. It's almost like I have never disagreed with that. I just paste it what the paper says. Yeah, I'm not interested in you pasting what the paper says. Just like tell me like why I would ever be interested in it. You're not giving me reasons to read it. The entire point of tariffs is to change the relative profitability of industries to induce investment. That does make other industries relatively less profitable. It's almost like cheaper to pay an Indian to do the role, even though they are no better at they have to give up less. There's less of an opportunity cost. I don't even buy better. They are better in terms of they can't be... Their factors of production aren't good at doing other things. So TTS if you seem so tired from reading. I'm not gonna... You're just pasting an essay in my chat. I don't care. They're not better at producing, just cheaper. First of all, we went through this. You conceded that it's better economically to trade with them still. You conceded that multiple times. Had you concede that because you kept shifting your position. But... And then secondly, it's not just about... Again, it's about opportunity cost. They don't have to be better. They just have to give up less. Two countries can have the same efficiency in doing something, but so long as the other country has to give up less to do it, that's still a comparative advantage. It's about opportunity cost. The better economically is the most efficient at getting the lowest price. That's what most efficient is typically better. Better is not really... If I'm saying economically, I'm not trying to make value judgments, but...
Have a little bit of a... I don't know. I'm getting old, okay? I'm getting old. What are some examples of big corporations getting tariff exemptions? We can look at the steel industry, and we can look at the 2018 Trump.
True. And Republicans, steel companies that donate to Republicans were more likely to get exemptions.
Well, here's one. Okay, so the Trump administration back in 2018 approved almost half of the requests to avoid steel tariffs. So corporations, I can't list them all out. There is a lot, but they imposed a 25% tariff import tariff on imports.
Oh God, I don't know.
Steel product.
I don't know if I took notes on it.
And about a ton of companies applied for exemptions.
True.
Almost half to allow exemptions for
Trump, Republican.
Half, more than half did not get
donations, steel, companies, tariff, exemption.
Yeah, everyone's calling me right wing, but I'm not. I just believe in liberalism. That's not a right wing ideology. Not really. That's just a liberal ideology. Gang,
Thank you, Wick. Okay. Gonna be fun arguing on the same side as Wick, teaming up with Wick. Hell yeah. What do you even fight for in politics? The liberty to import. You literally support the establishment based. And people in power politically, economically. What power struggle? I don't care about power struggles. Really content, dude. I if you just rate Greg Mankiw, literally liberty to import. But I know I love you. I love framing it that way. Why do you want the government to restrict people's liberty to import? What the fuck? Like, the government doesn't even have the information to know. Like playing into all the the information problem and libertarian arguments, because I think they're more likely to find them appealing. Yeah, one recent economic study also found evidence that Trump officials had used the exemption process to reward supporters and punish opponents. I forget the exact metrics, but it was literally, if you donated to Republicans, you were statistically more likely to get exempted, and if you donated to Democrats, you were statistically less likely to get to not get exempted. Evidence points to politicians not only rewarding supporters, but also punishing opponents. Past campaign contributions to the party controlling in opposition, the executive branch decreased approval likelihood. Our findings point to quid pro quo arrangements between politicians and firms, as opposed to information channeling, linking politicians to regulatory outcomes.
What do you mean by bending the knee?
For real. Anyway. Buy any Chinese electronics for Christmas, Black Friday today before Trump gets elected. Yeah. Oh, I went to Best Buy and saw all the wonderful, wonderful deals there. As always, you walk into Best Buy hopeful and you leave empty-handed. Dude, my friend that I was there with, this guy, this motherfucker walks up to the Best Buy employee hey, I'm looking for a TV. I really don't care about quality that much, but I want it to be big. He was like, okay, big. Do you mean where's this going? The living room? Do you want what do you want? And he was 75 inches. And the guy told him, oh, here are some 75-inch TVs that we have on deal right now. I have just crashed rip. You know, oh, they're on sale, you know, from $2,000 to $1,600. Now he has money, but he was like, no, I'll consider it later, and like walked away. And he was like, yeah, I was thinking more like $200. This motherfucker expected a 75-inch TV to be $200. Now TVs are actually relatively cheap. That's why, you know, in that chart of all the inflation versus deflation of goods, TVs like have gone down quite a bit. But they're not that cheap, brother. Is this good debate lighting, or should I make it blue? Should I make it red? I don't know. I don't like when it's all one color, but right now it's kind of hard to tell. But that's purple and this is red, but they look relatively the same. Make it red. Oh, one of them's already red. It doesn't look good when they're both red. I'm gonna ask some multiple choice questions. I actually no, I could probably answer most of these. I just have to. I couldn't do them in my head. I'd have to write it out. Yeah, because you actually have to do. I can't do the comparative advantage math in my head. I have to draw the table out and then do the division. Makes it easier. Knew we read her like blood. It's time for war. I wasn't so tired. Maybe I was considering making like a dumb intro for this or something. Buck said a history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. For real.
All right, turn on camera. Start virtual camera. You guys can see me, I presume?
Yeah.
Yes.
I knew that coward Wick wouldn't show up. Oh, there he is.
Fantastic.
Hi. Oh, thanks for the 10
I'll be okay.
pounds, philosophical zombie hunter. I really appreciate you.
10 pounds?
Yes, 10 pounds.
You're collecting foreign monies?
I will collect any monies. Okay.
Traitor.
Send me some pounds. You want?
You dare deal in anything but USD or Bitcoin.
You want to send me some Canadian money? I don't even know what they call Canadian monies.
Dollars.
Jokes aside, I will say I love the way that euros work. I love the coins. You can have like a handful of coins and it's like 25 euros. Here it's like you have a handful of coins, you have like $4 at best. They have like 2 euro coins. It feels so nice to have a bunch of those.
Well, I'm here. Like, are we starting this show? What's going on? Like, I'm used to being the guy in charge, but I'm not. So I'm just kind of
I'm not in charge either. Don't look at me.
Damn
I
it,
feel
liberal
like
cluck.
fill the void though. But
We need liberal cluck here.
everyone have a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So anyone that's interested, when you're done with all the mashed potatoes, you got a big ass bowl. Turn them bitches into gnocchi.
Man, I don't know what's with your audio, brother, but it's dog shit. Like,
For
is
real,
there a
yeah.
tariff on your audio levels right now? What's going on?
How bad? Like, what's bad about it, so I can fix it before I get started?
It keeps kind of cutting in and out a little bit for me, and it's also it's like it's muffled a little bit.
I'm using my laptop right now.
Okay, well we'll see if it continues.
Yeah, I'm in Texas at the moment, which
Like I
fucking.
can hear you and I can understand you. It's just
Well, it sounds good on my end, but it's not.
If it's real bad, I'll
It's
jump
good
on my
enough.
phone.
good enough for government work.
I'm happy to finally team up with you, Wick. I've enjoyed your content for a while. It's nice to be here.
Yeah. Look, if this is gonna turn into a glazing session, I'm here for it.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm here to defend free trade.
So am I, brother.
I'm keeping my
The silence. Do you guys not have anything to talk about? Is there nothing on?
I don't want to like waste any of my talking points or
Yeah.
anything, or like, you know, I don't want to.
We're keeping the powder dry. We're saving our ammo for the show.
Yo,
Okay.
I'm gritting my teeth after your last comment. Like, ooh, start that fucking stream, boy. I'm ready.
Okay.
No, I'm
Gibbs,
just
we're all
looking over some
live.
good-
We're all here. We're all ready. He can't even hear us. He's deafened us.
Yeah.
How?
Wow.
This is absolutely horrible. We should all just leave. I'm out. Sorry, guys. This is just so unprofessional and disgusting.
Oh, it's not 8 yet.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, it's not 8 yet.
I'm just playing.
Oh, here we go. Here we are. Oh no, he's talking, but we can't
Still
hear him.
can't hear him.
Oh,
Are y'all
he's-
ready for tonight's Tariff Throwdown? Are you boys ready?
I need like 5
Next time-
minutes. I'm just kidding.
No, we're ready to go.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
Richard,
ready.
big boy, pass on. You ain't got to do 5 minutes. We ain't got time for that here. But yes, we're gonna be getting rocking and rolling right now. We're talking about the tariffs tonight. Are they good? Are they bad? Are they stupidity? Are they insanity? Are they a stroke of genius? This is also, as of breaking news today, Trudeau has flown in to discuss things with Trump days after Trump threatened him with a 25% tariff hike, and that's also comes on the heels of a historic meeting and call with President Sheinbaum saying basically that the tariffs have inspired her to stop people at the southern border, paraphrased by Trump. We're going to get into all this and more tonight. We'll start off with everybody give your intro, who you are, and tell us what your thoughts are. Average debate enjoyer, you go ahead and kick it off here.
All right, my name's Tyler. I'm here to defend tariffs. So after the first thing the first Congress did on July 4th, the birthday of our damn country, the first thing they did after getting sworn in was pass a tariff. So you're going to sit here and tell me that tariffs lead to bad economy. I'm looking at America right now. It looks pretty damn good. Next, we're going to talk about Trump's tariff. Now, Trump says a lot of things. I think some of them aren't going to happen. Others are pie in the sky. But we can take a look at his first administration, see how he used tariffs, what he did, and how it was successful. And pretty much front minus China.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fraud, why don't you take us off?
Yeah, I'm here to defend free trade. Free trade is almost always a net benefit to the United States, even regardless of what other countries do. Tariffs fail to do most things that people think they do, like protect jobs. They're just overall not good.
All right, thank you so much. Pentuple.
I'm Pentuple. Let's go. Go tariffs. Go Trump. He's going to implement them smartly. He's not just going to throw a dart at a dartboard. It's going to be done smart. They're on the table. It's a way that every country deals with foreign trade. Some are implemented to completely kick them out the market so that we can revive American manufacturing. Some of it's just to open the market so we can start competing again. This is all done intelligently and not with a blindfold. So I expect Trump to use them effectively for American long-term economic success. Let's go. Let's go, tariffs. Woo!
Thank you so much. And Wick, we actually get to have you compete instead of moderate for once. How you doing?
You'll come to regret this. You will rue the day. Okay, so no, I'm here to defend free trade, both as a concept and in practice. I think that free trade has benefits both economically and it's a moral good. Adam Smith wrote Wealth of Nations, and that remains true even today in a lot of ways. What are the price of tariffs? Will they help the economy? We have countless examples from the 2002 tariff that Bush
did on steel.
Imposed, right, on steel, from the 2012 tariff that Obama passed to the 2008 tariffs that Trump did. And in each case, we can track the data on this and recognize the cost to people and how businesses had to be literally bailed out from the Trump tariffs in 2018. We'll talk about that, right? The $28 billion he gave to the farming industry because his tariffs decimated them. We'll talk about it, right? And if we think that tariffs are going to be a good idea for the economy, you have to contend with the fact that economists don't see it this way. It has traditionally not worked. Free trade is the reason that you can sit here today talking and put food on your Thanksgiving table. Thank you, free trade. I want you, and by the end of tonight, you will all thank free trade as well. That's my argument. And here we are.
Well, what makes it against free trade is aren't a lot of these tariffs in response to countries that have tariffs on our, like cars, for example? Like we're not selling cars because they have a 100% tariff on us. Why aren't you going over there and complaining about their abandonment of free trade? Oh God!
They will pay the price for their own tariffs, right?
Exactly.
We
Yeah.
have studies showing how both the European Union and China, they have decimated their own economies during this trade war, right? It has hurt them more than it has hurt us.
Yeah, the case for free trade is a unilateral one. Regardless of what other countries do, I think it's a net benefit to us to engage in free trade.
Yeah, I think these countries need our markets more than we need their products. And the whole point is like the opening of the market for American companies to compete when manufacturing overseas is extremely cheap. I mean, there's other ways to approach this. You could sanction countries that allow slave labor, that allow production to be this cheap because of that. But I think that you could just implement tariffs. That's probably a better approach. Maybe you'll argue for sanctions. I don't know. But when you make this like free trade, as if we're not about free trade, a lot of these tariffs are responding to countries that have tariffs on us, and it's to get them to sit at the table. You guys are right. And a lot of these tariffs aren't going to be implemented, but a lot of them are strategic negotiation tactics that if they want to do nothing, we can implement them. And then it will bring them to the table.
So do you think tariffs are...
I think it's
might bringing them to the table because famously, the 2002 tariffs that Bush said, after he did that, we've had no trouble with China, and China's been a good boy the entire time. What are you talking about? They bring it to the table? What are you talking about, literally? We've tried tariffs to China
2002 tariff didn't
over and
work,
over again for over 20 years. It has not worked.
Well, let me ask you this. Tyler, go ahead. You wanted to get in there.
Yeah, so absolutely it has worked multiple times. So taking a look at what Trump did with Mexico when he got rid of NAFTA, was restructuring for the USMCA, slapped a 25% steel tariff on both of those countries, took the negotiations.
Why is there a child on your screen?
That's my niece.
Hi, niece.
She wants to learn. She wants to learn about tariffs.
Okay, I feel weird yelling at you now, though.
No. Don't worry about it. Also, so she's here. She's an adult. She wants to learn about tariffs like the big boys. So here she is.
You make her cry, Wick. She's pro-tariff. Don't make her cry.
So that all being said, as he was saying, sanctions work. There's all sorts of mechanisms. We have China manipulating their currency, practicing an intellectual theft of $300 billion a year, doing all kinds of shady things, costing us almost $1 trillion a year in losses from China specifically. We slapped these tariffs on not to say, oh, you got tariffs on us, though it was a good reason. It was because they were a bad actor, and this was a punishment. You can look at the economy and say, yeah, it might hit the economy a little bit.
Who did it punish? That's a good question. The 2018 tariffs specifically, let's talk about that. Who did it punish? Who bared the price? Who bared the brunt of the cost for those tariffs? Not so much China. Not so much China.
Did it by American. If you bought American steel, you didn't even notice the tariff.
But here's the thing.
That's not true.
Businesses, right, who import goods, the supply chains, right? When we talk about tariffs, we have to talk about supply chains because that's what tariffs affect. When a business wants to purchase a product or a resource that they use to make their product, basically, such as steel, such as washers, maybe a part, it could be any sort of thing, right? They will come in and they will pay a tax on that if they haven't actually gotten an exemption from the government. And we'll talk about how tariffs lead to corruption in the government, right? We talk about the swamp and draining that. Tariffs make that swamp even worse. And we can look at the tons of companies, right, who applied and received an exemption from the steel tariff from Trump in 2018. So, about almost half of them, right? We can talk about that, but let me finish here. But the cost comes to the consumer. I don't get bailed out. I didn't get any bailout, right, from the cost of the Trump's tariffs, but the corporations largely did.
Yeah, well,
okay, so can we clarify out something really quick?
Sure.
Are you, because you can look up examples of tariffs that we've implemented in the past that didn't work, but I see tariffs as a tool, and what we're talking about is whether Trump should use this tool. Are you using these examples to make the argument that tariffs never work or that they're never effective?
No, there can be
because
good
we
tariffs.
can easily sit here and you could convince me about this 2018 tariff, this 2002 tariff, that it wasn't implemented correctly, it didn't do what it was supposed to do. You know, there's a lot of reasons for that. Maybe it was too high, maybe it was too low, maybe there was maybe it was a certain product that shouldn't have been tariffed this way. Like, we can hash that out, but what we're talking about in this debate is, should Trump have tariffs on the table? We're talking about China, we're talking about we're talking about Mexico, we're talking about Canada, we're talking about accomplishing economic goals and other goals, by the way, with fentanyl crossing the border, by using tariffs. And so you're assuming that he's going to use them in an ineffective way. Your premise when you come here and say that tariffs should work.
Well, let me just ask directly, what is Trump's goal with his tariffs against Canada?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's the same as with Mexico. It's to stop the trafficking of drugs and people over the border. They need to take care of the border and stop letting the border be open.
You think that Trump is trying to get Canada to stop, like, importing people from their northern border?
I don't think there's no problem happening at the Canadian border. No, I don't think it's beyond fathomable that there's issues with drugs and people crossing the Canadian border as well as the Mexican border. I mean, you think it's only people from South America that would come here? I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, there was a report recently about Indians coming through. It was in a large number through the Canadian border now. I don't know if it's
but the point is, do tariffs never work? Is that no matter how Trump implements them, that they're not going to work? Because I would make the argument, if Trump doesn't intelligently implement tariffs in these conversations, yeah, they're probably not going to work, and that would just not be using the tool correctly. But are we arguing about the tool? Like, do you think that it just never works? We should never use tariffs. It should be off the table. We have to find a different approach to accomplish these goals.
There are very niche instances where tariffs as a tool can be implemented. I'm not 100% against tariffs, but I'm 90% against tariffs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they have
a good example of a tariff historically that has actually had good effects was the 1964 the 1964 chicken tax, right? Which was about the auto industry and industries, things like that. It helped the Ford F-150 kind of become a really big thing. So, yes, it can. Here's the thing about tariffs. There are winners and losers, right? It can help in certain instances with domestic production. But the problem becomes, right, is that it hurts us overall. It hurts the export industry especially. And if we want to export
in the long term,
yes, in the long term,
yeah. And I think tariffs have a track
record
of
with a country
not
like
working.
Japan that puts a 100% tariff on our cars, and then they sell their cars in our country. How do you suppose we counter that? Doesn't it kind of make sense to say, look, if you're going to put a 100% tariff on our cars and make them basically unsellable in your country, we could do the same to you? You guys, don't you think that would work?
I don't think that's
bringing them to the table.
I don't think that's a net benefit to the U.S. Given the fact that I don't think tariffs have a track record of working, I'm not okay with the major economic costs that they have.
That's your reasoning? All right, let's hear from the next one then. There's no reasoning.
Hold on. Let Non-Fraud finish.
No, because tariffs don't work. Okay.
Well, given Wick just laid out, they have a track record of not being particularly effective. I'm not okay with the potential of imposing a big economic cost in America just for some hypothetical benefit.
I mean,
gripping input.
Trump's tariffs, again, you guys are really focusing on what success is by economic success when he's clearly announcing the intent of many of these tariffs is for a negotiating chip for something that's not economic. He wants to pay for the border wall, stop immigration and drugs coming in from the southern border. And that's what the goal of the tariffs are on Mexico. He got on the phone with the president of Mexico. They had a very productive call. I could imagine U.S. troops even going into Mexico to battle the cartels after how they're talking about that call. So tariffs bring people to the table. As he was saying earlier, there is that fact. You're just arguing the economic.
Bro, I had a call with the president of Mexico too, and the president of Mexico was telling me how all was bullshit. Right? You can Trump says the call went well.
And then,
I don't.
And then also, Trump hates the trade deficit in general. Trump has tweeted about hating the trade deficit before. It's not like just he's using this as a negotiating tactic. He doesn't like the trade deficit either.
You're 100% correct. Now, there's a bunch of different things Trump has promised with tariffs. Like if a country goes to a U.S.-based country, takes its production to Mexico, he wants to slap a 100% tariff on that country. That's something I could imagine Elizabeth Warren saying. That's completely retaliatory and taking manufacturing jobs out of the country. I can't imagine anybody that wants people to pay their fair share of taxes to be against that.
Elizabeth Warren
How's that a net
and
benefit?
Bernie Sanders are protectionists, and they're in the sense that they are protectionists. They are wrong, and we should oppose them.
You don't want
Okay.
them to pay their fair taxes. You want them to offshore jobs.
I just want to run through this example. So you're saying that, like, if a
guys on
company,
Google, great.
If a company moves, it's.
Are we here to be on Google? I mean, it's just pointless. All right, go ahead and read Google.
I'm not reading. If a company moves their production to Mexico or whatever, like how, and we slap a 100% tariff on them, how is that a net benefit to the U.S.?
The companies will lose money if they go to Mexico. This factors into their profit margin.
Mm-hmm.
In their profit margin, if they say, wow, it's going to cost us a 100% tariff to sell this good here, it now loses us money to go to Mexico, even though we're taking advantage of cheap labor and lack of.
It's really simple. The reason they're going to Mexico is they can make their bottom line larger by manufacturing it cheaper. If you add a tariff, now they have to calculate that in. Now their bottom line is cheaper when they manufacture in the U.S. They come back here. You can manipulate these companies very easily by just changing the bottom line. Tariffs are like the easiest way to do that.
I don't dispute that.
Well, I'm not arguing with you. We're arguing with Google or whatever you're Googling over there.
They just drop their jobs. They don't create new jobs. They just like, oh, this is not economically feasible. So no job gets created, no product gets created, and they simply scale back their production.
Well, even if they benefit from it, I still dispute that's a net benefit, because there's a cost to exports, there's a cost to consumers through higher prices, there's a cost to productivity, there's a cost of real consumption possibilities. All these things are negative, so you have to account for it too.
So let me ask this. So there's an argument from the right that I've heard other righties make, is that tariffs are going to force domestic production. I guess we'll ask the lefties here first. Do you all think that there is anything true in that statement? Is it going to force domestic production? Is this a scenario where we'll see, an initial price increase and then it'll even out and will be stronger? Is that you don't see any possibility of something like that occurring? We'll start with non-fraud, and then we
I don't dispute tariffs can lead to increased domestic output, but that domestic output is a waste because you're using domestic resources to produce something that could have been imported for cheaper, while those same domestic resources could have been used to produce other things. And I also think tariffs harm exports as well. And if you like exports, then you shouldn't support them too.
So here's the thing: there are winners to tariffs, right? In a lot of cases, it will have some benefit, but the problem with it is that the overall costs mean it's a negative for the economy in general, for the nation in general, for the consumer in general, from people in general. I'll give you an example. For example, the 2002 steel tariffs. Okay, there was some gain, some benefit that happened within the domestic steel production industry. The problem is we didn't have the workforce. We didn't have the industrial base and things like that to take advantage of it. And you have the exporters who consumed 10 times the amount of steel, right, that was produced domestically, that they had to pay the cost of that steel, okay, because they couldn't get it from domestic things. It wasn't possible.
Well, there's possibly reasons for that. Maybe they're overregulated. There's other areas of the economy that absolutely affect this discussion. This is a super nuanced thing that I don't think like a Twitch panel is going to figure out, to be fair. But let's say I'm accepting what you're saying is true. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons that aren't tariffs don't work that caused that tariff to fail in its goal.
But tariffs don't fix any of those problems.
Well, here's what tariffs do. You either have to eat the cost, which means that we're collecting money from these companies, or they try to pass it off to consumers, which means that the market price that the customer's seeing is going up, which opens the market for American-made manufacturing of these products.
That's not what happens.
It opens the market.
That doesn't happen.
You can pull up this 2002 thing that you found, but I'm just saying this is like
they all think they're going to eat, but they all end up starving. Okay.
And even when that happens, I fail to see how it's a net benefit.
There's a domestic like blow up of production.
Well, you just can say it's not a net benefit.
Well,
you haven't substantiated that yet. You haven't read enough on Google yet. Keep doing your live research.
I told you. I think that.
Hold on. Let me jump in here because there's no other policy. Like, look at climate change. If you look at climate change, a carbon tax, anything related to climate change is going to make the cost of living of Americans go up. Anytime you go after gas and fuel, even just in rhetoric, it makes the cost of a barrel go up. It makes people stop investing less in the oil industry. But nobody's going to say, well, the cost of climate change is so high that we can't do it on the side of people that want climate change. There's people that want trade regulators, there's people that want Mexico to do certain things, countries to do certain things, and these tariffs are negotiating mechanisms being used to force these countries to the table and force their hand. The U.S. has the strongest economy.
No, hold on. He's actually right. Do you know who wants these tariffs? People who are in companies, who are corporations, who are in these industries, who can afford lobbyists to pay money, right, and to do a pay-for-play so that they can get exemptions, while the mom and pop, the small business, the business that can't afford a lobbyist, can't afford to kind of like cozy up to these politicians, can't get. And so now you have a mom and pop company that has to pay the tariff, while the Amazon, the big corporation, does not. This is what happened in 2018.
Why is mom and pop not subject to the same market forces that would motivate them to purchase domestically made products?
Because they
can't afford it. They don't have the connections.
The big company does
Every
not have
mom
to pay
and
the
pop shop
tariff.
doesn't have. Like, what are we talking about? We're just like talking generically. What are we doing?
What are you even talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, every mom and, like, there's no small businesses that are going to be like. I don't understand this. This is talking about the supply of goods, and I mean, even a lot of these larger businesses that we think of are owned by like franchisees and stuff like that. Like, this is domestic production is absolutely not just for like Amazon and Walmart. Like, this is going to affect the shops that you go to.
The big corporations, many of them, not all of them, but many of them, in the 2018 tariffs that were
You found 2002 and 2018 really quick.
Well,
But like
2018.
We have data 2018.
Right?
I know you guys went on Google today, and now we have the experts here.
A bunch of people, right, applied for tariffs, tariff exemptions, I should say, so that they didn't have to pay the tariff. Okay, so now if you have a 10% tariff on steel, for example, and imported steel, now Amazon doesn't have to pay that, and you, the person who didn't get the exemption, has to pay that, and you have to compete with Amazon, who didn't have to pay that tariff because they knew the guy in charge and was able to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm not pro-exemption.
Okay, but this is what happens in these tariff economies, right?
Well, yeah, but the reason they tell
lobbyists
a way that doesn't actually implement the tariff, especially with the largest people who are, say, Amazon, for this example. I don't support that. So that would be, like, for example, them implementing it in an unintelligent way, in my opinion. And I agree with you. Tariffs aren't just like, they work. Here you go. Just tariff. Fuck it. Here's a tariff. They have to be implemented strategically. If it's 10% versus when he says things like 100% or 1,000%. Once you get to those levels, the whole point is just like, we're kicking you out of our market. We're going to force American manufacturing for these products. For other products, you don't want to say we're only going to produce them in domestically, because we can't. So like, these things are implemented intelligently, and like, you're Googling like examples of tariffs not working, which is fine, and like, those are useful, but like, there's a million reasons that those could have not worked that aren't just automatically tariffs never work.
One.
Like I said, regulation. I don't know what this thing was with 2002 from steel, but maybe the steel industry was overregulated. It didn't really allow American manufacturing to compete. That's just one example off the top of my head. There's probably thousands. Like, and all I'm saying is we don't know the answer, because
I do know the answer, though. That's what I'm saying. I know the answer. I know what's happened. You know why I know? Because I researched the topic. I looked into it. I gathered data, and then I formed a conclusion, and I put that forth, and I'm arguing it tonight. The idea that
never
Googling, what a pussy! What are you talking about?
Our position is not tariffs never work.
Googling, getting information from sources. What a pussy move, I guess.
Yeah, you're an online shooter expert like me.
I did not deny your information. I'm just saying you're going on Google and finding, this tariff didn't work, and now we're just assuming that tariffs never work because you found a tariff that didn't work.
Well, okay, let's go to
you on Google. People think that this is the Dunning-Kruger effect in real time.
Oh, let's go to Tyler.
I'm only that you brought up. The 2018 tariff that you brought up, it didn't work. The 2002 tariff didn't work. You're telling me it just didn't work because it was a tariff.
Give me a tariff that worked.
Hold on. All right, I'm taking control here. All right, Tyler, you want to get in here on this?
Okay, so a lot of these are secondary arguments. If you went to Wick and presented him with regulations that cause regulatory capture, create oligopolies in certain sectors of the economy, and said it was something that he was for politically, he would still be for that regulation. So these secondary arguments that, yes, there's downsides to everything we do. You're 100% right, but none of these things are going to stop you from enacting policies that you want. Again, climate change being the perfect example. Regulatory
Hold
policy
on. I reject your claim here. There are I believe in climate change, right? But there are policies that I think that are more harmful, especially short term, than climate change would be. So I'm like, you know what? This policy, even though it would tacitly help improve climate change for whatever reason, I'm against it because it would cause too much pain at the inset or at the outset or whatever the fuck. Right, and so I would be against that. A lot of the Stop Oil people, I'm against all that shit. Right, I'm against people who are saying don't frack. I'm against that.
Inflation
So
Reduction Act is why I specifically
and I'm
targeted
giving you
that.
examples of where what you were saying is simply not true. Right?
But the Inflation Reduction Act, because we've argued about it in the past, that's specifically why I'm targeting you here, because you have defended the Inflation Reduction Act to me, and in a lot of ways that does act as regulatory policy. I don't think you defended Kamala's EV ban that she co-endorsed, co-sponsored in the Senate.
I do not endorse the Biden EV tariff.
The tailpipe thing, yeah. I think the only one you've ever defended to me was the Inflation Reduction Act. But still, even then, that would qualify. So a lot of these secondary arguments, yes, it is regulation in a way. Yes, it would come out of the pocket of the consumer if they purchase those foreign goods instead of just buy American. But we're talking short term. Long term, we would see these American companies, American steel, be able to raise their ability to produce more. If you continue to give them your money, they might run out in the short term because we just put in tariffs in place. That's the growing pains of change. But in 10 years from now, their production output would be to the point where they could actually satiate all the people that they need to. The problem is there are long-term issues with tariffs, and it's hard to say, because Rick, you are bringing up a lot of the cons correctly. Long-term tariffs create a lax business that works hand in hand with the government. And as soon as those tariffs, which act as subsidies, go away, they're unable to compete on the world stage, even with companies that are countries that aren't manipulating their currency, that do actually have some workers' rights. But in terms of workers' rights and whatnot, if you want to force, like we did with slavery, when the United States abolished slavery, we used our government, our trading policies, our economy, and our power to force other people that we were doing trade with to end the practice of slavery. That's similar.
You know what? I'm for ending slavery, right? And I think we should do more to combat overseas sweatshops and things like that.
So what do you propose, sanctions approach?
Well, actually, that's perfect. That's a perfect segue into what I want to go with this. All right.
Okay.
So I personally, and I'm going to put it, I've argued many times that I don't think sanctions work. We can look at Cuba. We can look at North Korea. It's not debate, though. Are y'all arguing that the only win condition is economics, or can tariffs be used as a useful tool in the diplomatic field to get something done that's non-economic related, or at least not directly economically related? Do y'all agree that it can be a tool or not? We'll start with Tyler on this one.
I do. I agree. Tariffs and sanctions, actually, it's funny that he brought that up. Sanctions and tariffs kind of work in very similar ways in punishing somebody. We're basically saying, we're not going to trade with you at all. Not that we're going to slap an extra fee on it. We're not going to trade with you at all. Sanctions limit the free market in the exact same way. So yes, these things can act as tools, and more often than not, they act as tools to combat against bad practices and not actually as an economic policy.
Pentuple, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's obvious that these countries need access to our markets more than we need their products, and manufacturing has been going overseas for the last decades. Trump is to blame for 4 of the last 20 years of this. You guys claimed Dick Cheney as yours, so congrats, you're responsible for the Bush years now. But I think it's an effective tool that brings them to the table. They need access more than we need them. Ultimately, we want to do trade with these countries. I'm with Wick. I love free trade, but when these countries are putting tariffs on our goods, I think that we got to get them to the table. This is a really easy, respectful way to do it. Sanctions are a little more aggressive, but I don't think Tyler's wrong. Like when you implement a 100% or higher tariff on something, that essentially is a sanction. It's saying we don't want this in our markets. And there's reasons to do that, and then there's reasons to not do it, and it's got to be implemented intelligently. It's a tool. I'm sorry you didn't convince me by pulling up 2 examples of tariffs not working, but I hope he implements them strategically, intelligently, and that's ultimately, I think, what'll make this or break this.
Wick.
Okay, so is it a tool? Yes. Can it be used intelligently? Yes. Will it? No. Has it been in 90% of the cases that it's been used, not just by Democrats or Republicans, but by Democrats as well? No, it has not. Again, the idea of what are the benefits from free trade, I think the sanction comparison isn't too far off the mark, right? Sanctions are used to hurt, to impose our will on others, and it can be effective when we want to end things like the Ukrainian war or slavery or things like that. But I think that it becomes because we're willing to pay a cost to end those things, right? We're willing to pay a cost to end slavery, but we can't pretend that cost doesn't exist, that it doesn't hurt people, that doesn't hurt us in a lot of ways, right? So my argument here is that I don't think it is worth the cost, the pain it will cause, not just to Mexico or Canada, but to the consumers here in the U.S. I think we're hurting enough already. Don't add to our pain right now. Don't raise inflation even more, right? Because we can look at the 2018 tariffs, for example. Inflation rose because of the 2018 tariffs.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fraud, go ahead, and then we'll open it back up again.
Like in principle, it's possible, but I don't think they have a good track record. And considering I think they have a major economic cost, I'm not worth the risk of imposing this major economic cost in America just to have some like potential benefit for car manufacturers to export to Europe. Like it's just not worth it.
Well, I guess the way I'm framing it is, as y'all know, immigration is a very large issue to me, right? Do you think, like, for example, using the tariffs, like Trump has proposed putting a 25% tariff on Mexico if they don't stop the fentanyl, they don't start stopping the migrant convoys at the southern border? Do you think it's effective in that manner, or
No.
like if it's not a direct economic thing?
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will be either, but also I think Trump just hates the trade deficit. I don't think Trump is as much concerned about this as he is concerned about the trade deficit.
All right.
I think it will be, and it did work. I would say if you looked at the track record of almost every tariff, except for the Chinese ones that Trump put in place, he got a concession out of a country that they weren't willing to give up prior. And I would say that is a success, even if it wasn't his original aim to get whatever concession he got. He never got the wall, for instance, but instead he got the migrant protection protocols, which flat out ended the credible fear of prosecution in asylum abuse that's currently going on today.
I mean, I think it'll work on the border. If you create a tariff that they just can't afford economically, you're basically forcing their hand. I mean, like, we hate to do this, but it's like we have the ability to force Mexico's hand if we want. Like, we want to be diplomatic and stuff, but like if Mexico really wanted to step, we could absolutely ruin them. Like, we're the big brother here, so I think it will work. I don't think we'll ultimately implement a 25% tariff because it would be probably that. I think that's how, like, they'll be at the table quick. 25 is a good number to bring them to the table real quick, because I don't think that they would even want 15%. But the point is, like, I think that this is going to get negotiations going. I don't know how you guys will judge whether it works or not, because ultimately this could succeed even just being used as a threat when they come to the table. But like I said, the tariffs are a negotiation tactic. It's a tool. They work for multiple different reasons. You can accomplish several different goals with them. Tariffs have not always worked. I'll concede that point. Tariffs have to be implemented strategically and intelligently, and this would be a good example of it. I don't think it has to be just for economic reasons. I think you could easily get Mexico to come and start like right now, they have no economic incentive to start dealing with this border situation. What's their economic incentive? We're the ones dealing with the ones that are crossing into our country. They're coming into our country, right? So now we're giving them a financial incentive. Look, you really kind of have to do this, because if you decided not to come to the table, you're not going to
ask you directly. What do you think Trump is
25%.
wanting specifically for Mexico to do? What is Mexico specifically going to do because of the tariffs in order to stop?
Well, they have some control over the people crossing through their country up to our border. I mean, they could prevent that the same way we prevent it, the way we try to prevent it.
There was over 200 political assassinations last election season in Mexico.
Well, that's a derail. We're talking about getting the Mexican government to care about the border when they're on the side that doesn't have a financial incentive to care about the border.
Right now. You understand?
In our side, when drugs cross into the U.S., they have no incentive to stop that.
Cartels operate and run a large portion of Mexico.
Okay, well, that's in part because the Mexican government's not doing enough, and this is why we get them to the table to say start doing something.
Like they can't. Like,
well,
they
better
can.
They better figure it out. We're gonna do it with or without you, brother. We're tariffing, baby. We won.
Three practical things that tell you win. So the first two are things that Trump did in office the first term that Biden repealed within his first 2 weeks in office. The first would be the migrant protection protocols. What we learned from that Texas Supreme Court case is that Texas is allowed to only deport Mexican citizens to Mexico. Anyone not from Mexico, Texas was not allowed to legally deport them to Mexico. We need Mexico's consent for that, and that was a big reason of why we needed Mexico for the migrant protection protocols to agree in order to give them people or have them hold people that were Mexican citizens. So that would be one. Two would be if you pass through a country that is asylum able to be applied for and you don't apply, you don't get to pass through Mexico. We want Mexico to guard their southern border and make sure every asylee applies to every country acceptable before they get to the United States. They don't get to pick and choose what country they want for asylum because those are people abusing the system. The third thing, this is speculation, but I think we are actually going to see troops go into Mexico working with the Mexican government to go after the cartel.
You think that? Hold on. You think that Trump is going to send troops into Mexico?
With Mexico's consent.
That's interesting.
I
don't know.
That is a
I could be wrong. I could be wrong here. I won't die on this hill that this won't happen because crazier things have happened, right? But I think that at least in the political climate we have, sending troops into Mexico is just not something Trump will do because he realizes it's a loser politically. Let's talk a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the benefits, actually. One of the biggest benefits, actually, for tariffs isn't economic, unfortunately. It's political. There are the competitive districts, right, in America, they tend to benefit a little bit from tariffs. But you know who doesn't? Red countries, Rust Belt countries, right? Counties, I should say. And we have studies on this, and I can link them if you'd like. But like the Republican-held counties, the deep red counties, they tend to face a lot of the pain. Appalachia faces a lot of the pain that tariffs pass along. So these are things that politicians use to kind of
what is that based on?
Buy off, right? Some of the more competitive districts, but it's at the cost of the average working American, and I'm tired of paying that cost, and I refuse because you are. Wanting to have a trade war with Mexico and Canada, I just reject that premise.
We post that out through elections, and people can look at you and say, you have all these climate hysteria, climate predictions for 60 years haven't panned out like scientists and politicians say. I refuse to pay any green taxes. It's not how it works, unfortunately. We let people that we elect to office decide that, and it's Trump's turn to have 4 more years.
Okay, you're right. He's probably going to do it. I'm saying it's going to be bad. Yes.
What happens if it isn't? Are you going to be like, shit, I shouldn't have just...
If it isn't, then I will,
with
apologize and say, wow, they worked this time. Wow, I was wrong. These Trumps did amazingly, and I haven't felt any cost from this, and the benefits were amazing. I will come and I will say that. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, though.
What's your definition of success, Pentuple? What do you hope to see out of them?
I want to see manufacturing back in the U.S. Things that we measured already. This is like, what do you mean?
Oh wait, well, first of all,
is it a good thing to have manufacturing?
It's not as obvious as you would think, but we'll get to that point. Actually, I just want to, do we think that, for example,
you
steel
want to read
tariffs?
the headline you found on Google? Why are you here? Why are you? What are we doing? This is so much more interesting without the kid from Google.
I know you hate me because I'm a permanently online pseudo
we're
expert.
talking about things from like an understanding we can have. You just go read whatever you want. This is so
go read Greg Mankiw, Principles of Economics. But
I would like you to explain that a little bit, like before we move on too far from that. What do you mean? I think I'm a little confused. What do you mean by it's not necessarily as straightforward as you think that manufacturing? Because all right, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm trying to be unbiased here, but to me, just as an unbiased normie who doesn't have any experience in manufacturing, right? I would think, hey, having more manufacturing in America would be a good thing. Why is that not necessarily true on front? What do you think? Why is that?
Because other sectors are more productive, and we don't want to be. There's an opportunity cost to everything. So having a bunch of people manufacture stuff, do final assembly when they could be designing iPhones, which is much more productive, is a net cost.
Ace, get rid of unions. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I also Pentuple. Right. I want to walk. I want to walk down two roads of thought with you. Okay. Do you think that tariffs on steel would be beneficial to American manufacturing?
I don't know. I think that's a much more nuanced conversation. There's ways that I don't know. I don't know the steel industry. We're talking about tariffs in general. Talking about trying to deal with losing manufacturing for the last 20 years for obvious reasons. That we can't compete with the prices of.
If I may interject, because I just realized something. right? And I think it's worth pointing out. From Tyler and from Pentuple both, your argument seems to be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm misreading this, but you see this as a bargaining chip. You're like, the tariffs are there, and they're just in case to make sure that these countries do
in
what
some
we
cases,
want.
for sure.
Right.
It's going to be different
So you
on each
recognize-
product
you
and on
recognize-
each country, for sure.
Yeah, but you recognize, like, fundamentally, that these things are kind of like a mutually assured destruction threat. We recognize
Not
that it's
really.
going to hurt us both. That's why
No,
you're
it's
hoping
we're
that
watching.
the country doesn't do, or the country bends the knee, as you would say, so that we don't have to implement.
I would just say
tariffs.
they're
'Cause
benefiting.
Deep down, you understand that the tariffs are going to suck.
No, I'm saying they're benefiting from the current trade arrangements. We could at least stop the bleeding so that it's an even trade arrangement. Ideally, we should both be competing to have the better side of the deal, which is what they're doing, and that's why I don't blame these countries for having tariffs on our products, and when we're not
A lot of times they
smart
put
and
in
strategic
tariffs
enough to
as a
implement them
response
back.
to ours.
But I think what you're saying is, like, yes, in some cases, these are just a strategic maneuver to get them to the table. In some cases, there will be legitimate revenue collection here. In some cases, it'll just be evening the market out for foreign cars and American cars. I mean, like, this is...
Oh my God.
It is as simple as that's what it is. It has to be implemented intelligently. Like you're saying, if we go, we're like, oh, steel, what should steel be? Let's do 100%. Like, maybe we can't produce that, and we need to have it at 20%, and that will allow people to still do it. I'm just saying, these have to be implemented smartly, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
I don't want nuance. I want you to explain it to me.
Well, hold on.
Can we run down? I got two.
Hold on. Yeah,
I'm not the guy who pretends to be a pseudo expert because I can Google things in real time and then just read you that and pretend like I was thinking that the whole time.
I can do it with my eyes closed if you want. I don't have to.
No, I'm just. There's a time and place. I'm not shaming you for going on Google. I'm just saying, like, it's not about the gotcha. I'm just gonna Google. I'm just gonna put in ChatGPT. Give me a rebuttal for this.
He's doing this because he doesn't understand anything about economics.
I'm not talking about you, Wick. I'm not talking about you, Wick.
You know, this guy,
I'm not
I don't
talking
know
about
his
you,
fucking
Wick.
name, non-fun.
I'm not talking about you.
Right?
I'm not talking about you, Wick, at all.
All right. So hold on.
Step up to the white man, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, Wick. Create a
All right, hold
question. Wick, Pentuple. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, hold on. All right, let's go. So non-Fron, I know Wick came in there. Non-Fron, you wanted to ask the second thing here. I know you had a two-parter. Go ahead with your second one, and then we can go over to Tyler. I see you.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really answer my first one, and I also want to ask Tyler about the first one as well. But
Perfect. We'll go with whatever you got, and then we'll go to Tyler.
yeah, okay. So I'm curious. Do you think taxing like an export would be beneficial to American manufacturing?
You're asking me if we're taxing export?
Yeah, if taxing exports would be beneficial to American manufacturing.
I don't know.
Oh, come on,
you'd have to
really?
implement it in a way. I don't know. What are we doing? In
Really?
general, do tariffs work? Should we ever implement a tax on an exported good? Sure. I don't know. I could probably be convinced on that. This isn't like a passionate pillar of my political beliefs, but it's just like I don't know. Give me an example. When would we do that? Do you think we should?
Thought exercise. What do you got? You got an example of thought exercise, not drawn, or you just?
Yeah, like, what is this?
I don't think we should. Generally, intuitively, obviously, like taxing exports, if manufacturers rely on. Basically, kinda.
Generally, you are correct. Taxing
Opposite
exports
of
is bad.
what a tariff is intended to do, and you're saying that's bad? Isn't that your argument?
My point is going to be that
Hold on. One at a time. Go ahead, non-drawn. Go ahead.
My point is going to be that putting tariffs on imports actually reduces exports as well. So one of the reasons it does that is you tariff intermediate goods like steel, which are used to make plants, manufacturing plants, to export stuff. If you tariff everything, you tariff wood from other countries that are also used to make another thing.
Reason to tariff and export. What if we need this product? We don't want companies just sending this overseas. I could be like, yeah, if you're gonna send this overseas, you can do it, but you're gonna pay. And then that'll distance this company from sending the product overseas. So in that case, I would be on board.
I'm not. Oh my God.
You're correct. Hold on.
Wait, this is so dumb because I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that would hurt American manufacturing. If you think the cost to American manufacturing is warranted by some national security concern.
Buy into that, right?
So here's them from shipping the product overseas instead of just selling it domestically. That doesn't like you're just saying.
The alternative, right, to it being in a lot of cases to these products being produced overseas and imported into the country isn't that the alternative isn't we just make it here for a little bit more. The alternative is they don't get made. A lot of the companies just don't do it. They don't
if the products are
increase
necessary
their domestic production.
nobody wants
they don't
them.
increase their domestic industry. They decide it's not worth it to them, and so they simply don't make it. Right? This happens.
There's no demand
the alternative to free trade isn't $2,000 iPhones, but it's no iPhones at all.
All these market forces just disappear. Like, there's no demand for products anymore. They would not manufacture.
Lead.
I want to go to Tyler, but I want to ask you a question, Wick, real quick.
Go ahead.
So, I know the libertarians, if I have any watching, they're always arguing that the market will take care of itself, right? And in your argument you just made is that a lot of times the product doesn't get made. The libertarian argument in that case would be, well, then again, apparently that wasn't a product that people really needed or wanted. So how would you argue against that? And then we're going to go to Tyler. I know he's been waiting, so go ahead, Wick, and then Tyler.
Yeah, there. In a lot of cases, there are products that we have that is nice to have, but that I do not need, right, to have. So my iPhone, or not my iPhone, my Android, for example. Look, my Android, it's nice, it's fun. I got a picture of my dog on it. Right?
You get the Tesla phone?
It's entirely not needed. If companies decided that it was too expensive to produce, and that I had to pay like a bunch of money to get this, I couldn't afford it, right? So no matter how much I need a product, unless it's a base necessity, or how much I want a product, if it's over a certain price, I simply don't buy that product because my wanting to afford a thing, right, is higher than my desire for that product. So this isn't the case for things like eggs or food and things like that, but it is the case for luxury goods.
It is the case for things like food, though, because people buy alternative foods. They buy other foods.
All right, let's go to Tyler here. Tyler, go ahead. I know you're dying to get in.
Yeah, there's three things I want to mention that already got passed that I just wanted to jump into. So, going into first the steel tariffs, I can tell you a lot what happened there because we saw it in real time. It happened. So what was happening is NAFTA was in place. China was dumping buttloads of super cheap steel into both Mexico and Canada. This cheap steel sucks for manufacturing. It's made super poorly. Unions won't use it. So the reason I'm pro-tariff is because I'm pro-worker. I am a person of the left. And tariffs benefit the worker. So in this instance, you have U.S. production now having a reason to increase output, hire more jobs, take in more
investment. They do that?
In certain degrees. The tariff wasn't in place long enough for it to happen.
Spoiler alert.
They didn't, but it wasn't in place. But I'm telling you, in a circumstance where the tariff was actually in place for more than just a negotiating tactic, because all it was a negotiating tactic. But if it's in place longer, we could see these investments picking up. We could see these manufacturing output increasing, making it cheaper to make this actual better steel that is used by union laborers, that is a higher quality. And then we also have our steel being exported. Now, to go into the second question, generally, yes, if you tax an export, it's not good for manufacturing. I think he actually countered that argument pretty well in saying that not 100% of the time is selling the most goods the best for the economy, for national security, for a multitude of reasons. So if we have a lack of scarcity or a lack of elasticity of a product, then generally exporting it to sell something to Russia that we actually need here in the country would probably be a good idea. You can get more money selling it over there because they'll pay whatever the fuck for it. But if we actually put a tax on it and make it so you lose money by selling it to them, paying outsource outrageous money for some scarce good.
Can you give us an example of a good you would consider that we should?
No, generally no. Generally no.
So you can't think of an actual example. I agree with you. Hypothetically, there might be
writing down his
product
points.
or a case that I can think of, but you can't think of one. I can't think of one. Yeah, I think that's pretty strong argument for my side here.
If you agree generally that taxing exports is bad, my next point is going to be is that tariffs also reduce export via resource allocation, exchange rate appreciation, production cost, and retaliatory tariffs. So do you want to run down those?
Going back to my original point, if you look at just the economic impacts of any regulation, any tariff, any policy, you see reduction in the market. What you're arguing for is laissez-faire economics, but only for this one thing. And then every other department, you're cool with regulation, you're cool with workers' rights, you're cool with worker protections, which I am as well. Don't get me wrong. It's just if I'm cool with all those things and I'm going to ignore the economic impacts because of a greater good, why am I going to ignore the economic impacts of us ignoring like workers committing suicide because they're working 70 hours a week?
What is this argument?
Well, first of all,
I mean, the easy answer is I think some of those things are net benefits. I don't think tariffs are a net benefit.
Someone from committing suicide?
Can you explain? You said retaliatory tariffs. First of all, some of our tariffs are retaliatory.
We're going to come back
But
to that.
second, why do you think they would implement retaliatory tariffs? Like, why would they do tariffs? What's their logic?
Because politicians don't understand. Politicians don't understand economics. A lot of
ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. A lot of politicians don't understand economics. They're stupid. And two, politicians are in democratic countries are subject to their voters. Voters have an anti-foreign bias, a zero-sum bias, and an anti-market bias. Tariffs are like where all three of those come together. They think that trade is zero-sum when in fact trade is mutually beneficial. They're anti-foreign, as in they think foreign goods are cheaper quality. When in reality, if they were, they wouldn't be buying them. Their revealed preference is to buy imported goods. And what was the other one? The anti-market bias. They're more likely to think of themselves as the victim of this market interaction than the beneficiary.
Yeah, and so I'm going to move the topic. Hold on.
It's been declining for the last 20 years. Like, are you aware of how serious of an issue this is? You're acting like it's just whatever, just happening.
What's been declining?
I would come back to that. As the content brain in me just can't resist coming back to this thing that just happened, which is tariffs causing suicides via the laissez-faire economic theory. Wick, go ahead. You seem to have some thoughts on tariffs preventing suicide.
You mentioned that 70 work-hour week employees will commit suicide, and he's tying this. I'm not sure. That's why I asked for clarification, but we didn't get to
I was just giving you an example. I already named like 5
somehow stop that.
Like intellectual property theft and other. I've already named multiple. I was just giving
Tariffs
you the
don't
most
stop
salacious
intellectual
one.
property theft either.
I was giving you the most salacious one, but that's what Trump was aiming with the China tariffs to prevent. He was fighting against intellectual property.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. That was the one Trump tariff that didn't actually work. I admitted that right up in front in my introduction. Every other one I'd say was a success.
I mean, I think what's worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism. Like, you can say we can use tariffs to not buy from like slave-made, sweatshop goods or whatever, but like they're just not going to have a job then. You're removing literally the best option. The reason people work in sweatshops is because the sweatshops provide a higher standard of living than the other areas around them.
Nice justification for slavery. Let's bring that back too, because that would fit your argument. Like, what the fuck?
I think it's justification. I think it's justification for free exchange, not slavery. Slavery is not free exchange.
Look, if
These people have no workers'
if
rights.
you want to
and you're
stop
like,
evil around the world, there are ways to stop evil around the world, right? We can do that without using tariffs.
Sure, but
Well,
the same
okay.
thing.
Well, okay. Actually, let's talk about that, right? So, all right. I kind of was wanting this point to be brought up a little earlier. We didn't really touch on it. Could somebody say, could Trump claim a win, for example? Is there a scenario in general where Trump could claim a win if, say, like he used the tariff and because like Mexico, for example, is our biggest trading partner, right? Canada's our second biggest. Now China is our third biggest, right? And part of that's because Trump went so against them, in his term. If he said, hey, Mexico, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on you if you don't do X, Y, Z, and then they actually stop the migrant caravans at the southern border, and he doesn't implement the tariff. Could the threat of the tariff, or actually putting a tariff on them until they do this, and like them doing it, would that be considered a win if he was able to do it, even if there was some kind of economic hardship that came in the short term, or like what would y'all consider that a win?
Can I imagine scenarios where it works? Yes, I can. But I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine a situation where you have a communist country that feeds its people. But in practice, that doesn't happen, right? Like, I can imagine a lot of don't actually happen in practice. And so, yes, can I imagine it? Yes. Is there a possibility I'm wrong here? Yeah, sure. But I don't think I am. And again, not just from an economic perspective, but I think from a moral perspective. Tariffs and free trade is good, and tariffs and protectionism is bad. It's anti-choice.
So should we scold other countries that tariff our goods,
Yes.
and that's how we should just approach it? We shouldn't tell them back. We should just scold them and just be like, please stop tariffing us. We promise we'll never tariff you.
The biggest price that a
Jeffins.
country that tariffs us can pay is they don't get to do business with us, and their economy suffers because of it. Spain
Well,
traditionally was an empire that, because they implemented so many tariffs, turned into a second-rate nothing.
There's only so many mechanisms the president has at their disposal. So if Congress doesn't like the president, if the president ignores a congressional rule, one of the mechanisms that Congress has at their disposal to punish the president is the power of the purse. They can not fund certain elements of the executive branch, basically rendering them inert, unless the employees want to come in and work for free. This is effectively is working for the same way. The tariffs are using to punish bad actors, not in an economic. You're right. Yes, it does hurt economically, but so does pretty much everything the government does. And unless we're arguing for anarcho-capitalism, which would be the least.
But it's who gets hurt. That's important here, Tyler.
It's whether or not it's a net benefit.
Right?
When we see
who's paying the cost.
When we see short-term prices go up because American manufacturing has either not caught up or doesn't exist for these products, that short-term is we know that that's going to happen. That's what's opening the market for other manufacturing. That's the whole point. And if they try to pass off the whole tariff to the customer, that's going to open the market. If they want to eat it, then maybe they don't open the market. They can keep their low prices, but they're going to be eating the tariff. So either way, we benefit.
We benefit? I will be paying more for groceries, right? I will be paying more for products, and so will you.
But money won't be going overseas. It will be staying in the economy.
We discussed this last time. You don't know how to balance payments works at all, which is why you're so fucking scared of actually engaging with any like economic argument with me, because you don't know shit about it. The money doesn't go overseas. The money either comes back through investment. Do you agree that we have a trade deficit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the logical implication of that is that money is coming back to the U.S. via financial account surplus. But you don't understand the words I just said, so I can break them down for you since you never Google stuff.
Overseas, so like you're not quite the person I'd want to put in charge of this problem. So
wait, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Why is it a bad thing that? Why is it a bad thing that American manufacturing is going overseas, taking American jobs away?
There are American jobs out of manufacturing. You're aware of that, right?
We're so far away. You're trying to pull what you like a.
So do you think it protects jobs to put tariffs up to protect manufacturing?
Yes. That's
so
the
entire
we lose jobs.
Exactly. Yes.
In manufacturing space in this in the competitive space.
Hey, no, we know this is true. Like we lost jobs net, right? Net lost to jobs.
Every single study I've seen.
That's what I've been saying. We've been losing and hemorrhaging jobs in the manufacturing.
No, we lose jobs from the tariffs. We lose the entire point of tariffs is to take resources.
Intelligently, like I said, we have to. There's more nuance to this. You're just saying tariffs don't work because
literally
doesn't work.
Yep, but literally the entire point of tariffs is to take resources being devoted to other things, resources which are providing jobs, by the way, and shift them towards producing a less productive thing, something that could be imported for cheaper.
I usually don't understand what you're saying with that, but go ahead.
Tyler, go ahead.
We understand that you don't understand. We get it. That's the position you do, because you don't understand what we're saying. We know you've told us this entire time.
2018, and now tariffs don't work, even though every government uses them across the world. They've been used for hundreds of years as a negotiating tactic. And then you guys went on Google and discovered the whole world is wrong.
You can't engage with anything because you don't have the knowledge to. This is absolutely insane. You should Google Greg Mankiw interdependence and gains from trade because you don't have a basic understanding of how this works. Do you agree?
Go on Google so you can pull up some statistic. You are literally the least
not citing
person
statistics.
On this entire panel. Nothing. I can't stop laughing at the voice cracks.
Yeah, thanks, dude. The reason you won't engage is because you literally don't understand anything, and anyone with literally a voice crack, puberty, high school understanding of economics knows why you're full of shit. But
I'm getting beaten by this guy, by the way.
He actually
Shameful. No offense, not fun, but shameful.
He made a pretty solid point in there that got glossed over. He was talking about when you implement a tariff, you get a higher inter-country velocity of money because that money is circulating more. Now, your counterpoint was that money does leave the country, but it ends up coming back more often in investment. You are correct. If you just stop the equation there, you're right. If you continue to look, that investment means that foreign company owns U.S. manufacturing, and they're making and taking more money out of the economy.
Manufacturing, that wouldn't have happened without the investment, so I still think it's a net benefit.
Not necessarily. That is a yes. So that manufacturing could have also come from U.S. if the tariff would actually make that more likely. When Wick's saying is a loss of jobs, yes, Wick, you're correct. If we're going to take a U.S.-based company that's producing and manufacturing here and offshore it to another country, you're able to actually have significantly more jobs from that country. You may have to downsize if you keep them in the U.S. because we have a high cost of labor, because we have high worker protections and worker rights.
It's not
But
just that. It's not
It's
just that.
opportunity
It's
costs.
Also, we get like, for example, a tariff on a steel import. Let's use that for example. There are plenty of businesses who are export businesses, right? And they have to downsize because they can't afford it, right?
For sure.
And then, just adding on to that, speaking of, currency exchange, by the way, the tariffs also appreciate the dollar. They make the dollar more expensive for other countries to buy, which means other countries can buy less exports. It follows from logic. You're, supplying less dollars because you're buying less imports. And also we have empirical evidence to back this up. There's a big IMF study that found that, 151 countries from 1963 to 2014 found that tariffs have very small effects on trade deficits because of exchange rate appreciation.
You are correct about pretty much what you guys are saying here. That being said,
We know we've been correct this entire night. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging it. Thank you for recognizing it. I do
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
I said you're doing a pretty damn good job earlier bringing up just the cons. You're making a very compelling
Can I
argument.
read something that you wrote to me earlier that you were going to end my whole career?
Oh, I was just messing with you.
Yeah.
I look forward
That
to
was
this.
that was the comment that was said, and it seems like it's not going that way right now.
Yeah, in
Oh.
private, it like beforehand,
get
he's
it
all like,
done,
"I'm going to
man.
end your whole career," and tonight he's like, "You're just correct. You're so correct,
No,
Wick.
no,
You're the
no,
most
no.
correct
I
on this.
can't
You're just
get
doing such a damn good job. Wow."
I can't
Man.
get a damn word between you guys yelling over each other, to be completely honest. So, that all being said, now, tariffs, again, you're pigeonholing what is a successful tariff based on just economics, when in reality, you're saying at the same time, tariffs don't really give you an economic benefit. They don't. We're giving you multiple examples.
I will give you one economic benefit from tariffs. $5 from grassroots hegemon to say these populists keep twisting themselves into pretzels to make sure I have more money leaving.
I'm not a populist.
Yes, you advocating
Also-
for tariffs is making me money. I agree.
My issue is a lot of people like.
Let me get a point out. You talked like 10 times as much as me so far. Let me finish my point.
Sure.
Okay, so Rick, again, fuck, you cut me off with your super chat from what I was
Well,
saying.
what I'm doing is I'm making you look bad in front of your niece, and I apologize. for that.
She lied.
Based.
She was
She's gonna
bored.
think less
So,
of you now.
again,
She's
bringing
gonna be
up-
like, "Wow,
order.
Uncle, you embarrassed yourself."
Let me get my
Right?
damn
Well,
point
Now I
out.
can't take you seriously.
So again, I can give you situations where tariffs are deflationary or work against inflation. Deflationary is not the right word. Where they work against inflation, where you have a higher velocity of money within the country, you see increased productivity. I've given you situations where Trump used these specific tariffs to get different policies passed. None of these points have been rejected at all.
Hold
so,
on.
Like, you're saying your body in me here. You
Well-
haven't argued back a single one of my points.
I mean, I'll argue with some of the things, but I think my big issue is that so many people treat tariffs like Pentuple here, which is why he won't engage, as a magic bullet that's good for the economy and also might do these other special things.
Repeatedly said you have to implement them intelligently and strategically, and you have to account for a lot of different variables.
Imagine thinking that putting a
Tariffs work or
25%
not.
tariff on Mexico, which will decrease and hurt Mexico, imagine that will decrease immigration.
I wonder if that's why they come to the table
Imagine,
engaging
That
on
will-
this immigration
what?
thing.
No, it will simply make it more likely that there's economic devastation south of the border, which will make it more likely that
Well,
you'll have
you don't
more
think the Mexican
immigrants
government's,
trying to
you think the
flee
Mexican
from
government's going
America.
to allow economic
Thank you.
devastation rather than engage
point.
with this issue?
Net immigration from Mexico has been zero for 2 decades. It's countries south of Mexico that they're allowing to walk through the country without applying for asylum. We don't want to get into the border stuff. That's where my expertise lie more. A lot of these people are Mexico turning a blind eye to criminals, allowing them to come through, turning a blind eye to caravans that come from countries to the south of them. So it isn't just Mexico's hardships, it's South American countries for the most part. At a big rate bringing these people. So just to say, a tariff on Mexico probably won't go into effect, because I guarantee you whoever he threatens with these tariffs is going to come to the table, which they always have.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, not fun. Yeah.
Can I real quick? I want to push back on the productivity point you made. My understanding is that free trade is basically mechanistically pro productivity. It increases productivity because there's gains from specialization. You're allowed to specialize in producing one thing, and another country specializes in producing another thing, and you can all actually get more altogether by trading than if you just produced both things yourself. And again, that IMF study, 151 countries, 1962 to 2014, found that tariffs reduced productivity as well. So
I don't think everyone here is anti-free trade. Saying that you want to fight back against people using
Anti-free trade.
Yeah, so are regulations. So you would favor regulation?
Depends on the
what regulations?
Yes, that's a yes. You are in favor of them. Then that means you're anti-free trade by your own stand. Anytime you impede the market on any level, it works against the laissez-faire system. But there's positives to having worker protections, to having wages, to having all sorts of things. Minimum wage.
Those positives.
I mean, I agree exactly. It's a net benefit.
Yes. There are regulations that we can look at, that we can track, that we can say, hey, this has led overall to an abundance of wealth in this nation, right? An abundance of safety in this nation, abundance of productivity in this nation. We can't do the same for tariffs.
Well, let's talk about a point like kind of Pentuple kind of made. Y'all made a pretty good argument of why the negatives, all the cons, everything. But here's kind of a question I'm kind of wondering: why, like, if it's also always bad, or the great majority of the time bad, why is it that for hundreds of years countries have used this as a means? Like, if it's just so bad all this time, wouldn't they have just stopped using it as a tactic?
Are stupid.
Yeah, part of it is like people are stupid. They don't listen to David Ricardo. And then part of it is that tariffs were really easy to implement back in the day. It was really hard to do income tax back in the day, but now it's easier to do income tax, and tariffs were way easier back then.
You said one of the drawbacks of tariffs is that we'll expect retaliatory tariffs, right? Is that a logical response for a country to do retaliatory tariffs?
Nope, it's bad for them too, but it does happen.
It's not a logical response, but it's an expected, but it's a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, like you want to talk about the farmers that had to be subsidized because of Trump's tariffs, like.
If you were looking at this situation with Japan, for example, where they put a tariff on our cars such that we don't sell our cars in their markets, but they sell their cars in our markets, are you saying, like...
That tariff is going to hurt them.
I'm just saying, if we could either both have 100 or both have 0, right? That's free trade. It's not fair if one of us is doing it and the others isn't. So you're just saying you want...
you can say it's not fair, that's a value judgment, but my position is that even if Japan has...
If Wick, do you want it to be 0-0 is what you're saying? Is that 100-100 is different than 0-0 and that's way preferable? Because to me, it's almost like no difference. If they don't want to do trade with us, that's fine. If they want to do trade with us, it can't be one-way tariff and then we're just going to like let them get away with that. So how would you respond to it? What would you do?
If I had a country, right, and again, I'm not an economics expert, so I might be wrong here. This could be the wrong answer. But if I had a country that comes in and says, hey, we are going to not allow you to export your goods into our country.
Thank you for the 10 bits, Flyers Kanye West. I appreciate it.
Right? Then I would simply let it happen because it will benefit us and hurt them.
Okay.
Yeah, Pentuple, can you explain?
That's just simple.
I was basically making the same argument. My position is that regardless of what other countries do, it's a net benefit to the U.S. to engage in essentially unilateral free trade. So even if Japan has 100% tariff, I believe it's a net benefit to not tariff Japan.
Can you whether we're tariffed or not is just always a net bag. It's always you just say.
I mean, it's not always.
It's negative, and like that's it's like I don't know. Okay, you guys think it's a net negative. I don't know why, but okay.
I don't think it's the gain to consumers is greater than the loss to producers is the reason why. Because
you think that's a one-sided deal.
To be clear, I don't think it's always a net negative. I just think almost always it is a net negative. So the reason why it's a net benefit, is because the gain to consumers outweighs the cost to producers. There are some jobs lost to trade, but consumer surplus increases more than producer surplus goes down.
This is all about incentivizing companies to hire American workers. We want the manufacturing here, not just because like it's cool. Like we want employed people in America. We want like this is important. Well, how do you suppose we stop companies from just constantly producing products overseas and actually get Americans hired again?
I think free trade increases jobs.
We have used to do this, right? Tax benefits, right? To have hiring Americans.
What's causing right now this hemorrhaging of our manufacturing jobs? What are you guys doing to reverse the trend? It's not working right now.
Why do we need to reverse that?
To the point. why Trump won. This is why you guys lost the election. How long is this going to take for you guys to just understand that we're doing it?
We lost the election because
you guys have already failed. You guys have overseen the hemorrhaging of manufacturing.
Pentuple won't engage with this because he can't answer this.
On crime, immigration, and drugs.
You guys have been supporting the people destroying it.
Let me reframe this. Let me
crime,
reframe
immigration,
this.
and guns. We went left after 2012, and that's why we were losing in elections, and that sucks.
So-
but it is what it is. It has nothing to do with NAFTA, free trade, any of that, right? It has nothing to do with tariffs. It has crime, immigration, guns.
Well,
and we never got it.
I disagree with that. I think
Nice to meet you. I'm just kidding.
I think the immigration for sure, and some of those other ones for sure. Like, I think the economy, and I think tariffs speak to the economy. I think the righties have kind of touched on this a little bit in this, but they haven't really dived into it. Why is it that, say, if tariffs don't work, right? Why is it that we see like places? Let's use Japan for example. Japan has a pretty high tax on like U.S. cars. Why don't we see the U.S. making inroads in Japan with their car market? While over here, it seems that since we don't have tariffs on Japan, they're able to take advantage of that situation and have. I mean, everybody drives. There's tons of Toyotas. I see tons of commercial every day. I see Nissan. I mean, I could be wrong. One of these could be American if I say the wrong one. But there's a lot of foreign cars. It seems like in their case, tariffs are working. Why would y'all not consider that a win, like for tariffs?
I don't know what you mean by working. I agree, like, our cars can't be sold there if there's tariffs on them, but I think that hurts them. I think they would benefit from buying American cars. I also think Americans would benefit from that.
Well, yeah, I agree. Americans would benefit from other countries buying our cars, but doesn't it seem like it incentivizes them not to if you have a tariff or not to even be sold over there? Wouldn't you say that's an effective tariff in Japan's case where they're taxing American cars with a tariff and then they're producing more there and then we're basically not tariffing them? You don't see, like, that's kind of the point Pentuple was making, I believe, is that they're
I think it costs Japan productivity. I think it costs Japan jobs. I think it costs Japanese consumers. Wait, Pentuple won't engage with this because he doesn't understand it.
For American companies, you're talking about entering a market, and it's like if DraftKings goes into Texas, is that good for DraftKings? It's like, obviously having access to more market is a plus for an American company.
I agree. I also think it's a plus for Japan, which is why
cars. Fucking horrible take.
Hold on. Again, because we're talking about fair economics a lot here, and a lot of times it's not. So what a more realistic situation would be is a foreign company selling cars, tariffing ours, and then coming into our markets and undercutting our car prices, hurting our jobs here. We see our car manufacturing output go down, thus the amount of jobs we have in the United States go down because we can't compete with these unfair markets.
That doesn't follow.
Laborers, right? That doesn't. I mean, it does absolutely 100%.
Car jobs will go down. It'll probably increase jobs in other sectors, though. In fact, again, the entire
now workers have access to cheaper cars, which they can use to drive to their other jobs. And they don't have to pay
right now with
cost, they would have tariffs been implemented.
Look at OSHA versus worker protections in China, and tell me that it's even remotely the same. They don't treat.
That's not my position.
I'm telling you, my position.
It's cheaper though. That's cheaper.
My position is that it's a net benefit for the U.S. to engage in trade, regardless of what other countries do. That includes regardless of the regulations. So long as there's a relative price difference that differs from domestic opportunity cost, there are gains from trade to be had. It doesn't matter if they get there from regulations or from subsidizing the industries.
Dude, filibustering the same thing over and over.
I'm not filibustering.
I've already addressed your argument. Regulations, sanctions.
Your argument, Tyler, is just that regulations can sometimes be good, and I don't disagree with that. But we're arguing about a specific thing, which is tariffs, which we can demonstrate overall are not effective for what they are trying to do. They have a negligible effect on domestic product growth, right?
Migrant protection.
I did address those.
In place because of the tariffs.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Mike's messing up. I can't understand you.
Stay in Mexico. Mexico has been very clear. They did not want to stay in Mexico. Trump forced their hand with the tariffs to implement the migrant protection protocols. This is well documented. As soon as Biden pulled away,
and we paid too high a cost for that.
We did it.
We've paid too high a cost doing nothing.
Hold on. No,
$20 billion.
Are you talking about the 2018 tariffs? Okay, again, we have data on this. 2018 tariffs cost us jobs, cost us money, cost us wages, raised inflation. I don't know what to tell you.
Let me finish my point. This tariff was never implemented. It was a threat. You're talking about the steel tariffs that were used for USMCA. I'm talking about hypothetical threatened tariffs that were used to get a country to the
So tariffs
negotiating
that
table.
don't happen work better than tariffs that do?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. They're not always used to be implemented. They're a negotiation time to bring people to the table saying, look, we need this.
We're
Here's the
talking
reason
about
you
tariffs
do
tonight.
it, because you suffer financial consequences if you don't do something. That's yes, we are not intending to implement all of these tariffs. A lot of these tariffs are intended to say, do this thing that you're not financially incentivized to do until we do
have
this.
other threats
We
that
have-
we can use.
The idea
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say tariffs only work when they're not implemented, I agree. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
that's your argument. Tariffs work best not implemented.
reasons.
Okay. No argument.
All right, hold on. One at a time here. One at a time. All right, Tyler, go ahead, and
The
then we'll come back.
argument you're giving me is just talking past my point. You keep going to this small version of what you say is a win. This is like saying nobody uses it. Civil rights is a net benefit to our economy, or a net negative to our economy. Would you get rid of civil rights? No, because you agree with it. I think $300 billion a year in intellectual property theft. I think people coming through the border illegally, sanctioned by a government that's turning a blind eye, is enough to punish them. Not following the law is enough to punish them. They are being punished with tariffs. Talking
Hold
about
on.
the economic benefits does not refute this argument. It ignores it.
I don't want to get sidetracked, but I think that civil rights is a net benefit to the economy, actually.
All right, one
I
second.
don't think so.
1 second. Aaron,
You were
thank you,
saying- oh my
Jesse,
God.
for the sub. You are
But
the
I
greatest. Go
didn't
ahead,
have
please. Go ahead.
breakfast yesterday. Type response.
I don't think it actually. We could get into the nitty gritty.
So if it was a net negative to the economy, we still wouldn't argue to get rid of it. Your response that it was,
word
did you get the point he was making? You didn't get it?
No,
He was
made a
saying
statement.
if it was a net negative economically, we still
wasn't
wouldn't want to get negative
asking
because that's
hypothetical.
not the end of the
You know what a
conversation.
to be clear, I think stuff can be a net negative. I think
What
stuff
if
can
you
be a
didn't
net
eat
negative to the
breakfast
economy,
yesterday?
but outweighed in other things.
All right,
I did breakfast yesterday.
all right, hold on. Hold on, everybody stop. Nobody can understand. Everybody's, for some reason, maybe it's on my end, every time everybody starts talking, the mics start cutting out, except for Wicks. So,
Yes, because I'm the only one who has.
What mic is that, by the way?
Yeah,
I need
so-
to know what mic that is. Please let I will DM you.
let's try one at a time if we can. I know there's some exchanges, but
So
it starts going, that's no good for
Sure.
anybody.
Let me just kind of be a little more concise, perhaps. Right. The argument from my opponents here is that these tariffs are not to be actually implemented, but they are more of a threat, more of a tool to punish if they don't follow through the threat. My argument is that we can use other means that we don't look feckless when we don't follow through on if they decide to call our bluff. Right? We can use other threats, other means, other mechanisms. Tariffs don't work, and if your best argument is that, well, they're used as a threat, so we're not actually going to do them. I mean, that's an argument you can
that's
make.
That's totally not what we've been
$50
doing.
from
We've been
Grassroots
saying
Hegemon
it
to
can be
say,
used
I have a
to
lot of
change
people brighter than
relationship.
me as friends who are economists, and the only thing they agree on is that tariffs are piss. Thank you for the $50.
You
And yeah, $50 says I'm right.
You
Free market
can implement
token.
tariffs to collect revenue. You can implement tariffs to remove products from the market. You can also use tariffs to bring people to the negotiation table because it would be financially damaging for them to not engage with, like, the border issue, for example. We're giving them a financial incentive to force their hand. We have the ability to do that. We don't have to suffer with this open border forever. Mexico can help. We need them to step up and help. If they're not going to do that, we need to not be handing them access to our markets.
At
It's
what
really
point
that
will you
simple.
say it's a
You have to do
failure?
it intelligently. You keep saying, "Oh, well, then if you think it all the tariffs."
But at what point,
Set
like,
the
say,
top- there's
let's real world
for
here.
tariffs in
At
different
what
places.
point would you
It's been
say
strategic? It's
that Trump
nuanced.
hasn't worked?
That's
that
why
it
you
hasn't
won't
worked?
understand it if you're just on Google right now.
Trump doesn't even know what a tariff is, so I don't know why you trust him to strategically implement it.
You said, is this your best argument?
I have not seen a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is. So
You didn't even know that American manufacturing has been hemorrhaged. You asked me
I
why it
do
was even
know
a bad
that.
thing. You have literally no spot at this table. Like, the fact that you're even in this, you're below this.
you're
Discord
scared of me because
stream,
you don't
dude.
actually understand any economics. Is the issue.
Gibbs is the
I
most
can tell you
generous
why
man.
it's not necessarily good to bring American manufacturing back. I can also tell you manufacturing productivity has gone up a lot, so U.S. manufacturing output has actually increased, although manufacturing employment has decreased. There's an opportunity cost to everything. Everyone making a car is someone not making an iPhone. iPhones are generally more productive. Like the market accounts for this really well. The market makes sure that the factors of production flow to the most profitable use case. I don't see why the government should intervene on our liberty to import and make us all overall worse off and less productive. Like you have no good argument for that.
Just to play.
Yeah, get rid of every single regulation and law. I agree.
I think first of
Hold
all,
on,
plenty
just
of
because we're pointing to a specific law and say it's bad doesn't mean we want to get rid of all laws. Just because we're pointing to a specific regulation or a specific tool and saying it's bad doesn't mean we want to give away all our tools. What is this argument? This is ridiculous.
I know,
we are
yeah, and
looking at tariffs specifically, and we were saying specifically tariffs, when implemented, have a net harm and effect on our economy, and it's not worth it, even when they're used as a bargaining chip and a threat to try to get other countries to the bargaining table. It just does not work.
Way to quantify it, and the only way you're trying to is looking at the economic impact. So you're saying our argument is just tariffs are being used as a threat. You know where we got that from is the guy implementing the tariffs. We're using his actual words and his actual actions to construct our argument.
And I'm looking at the
Okay,
actual
wait.
result
Can you
of what
acknowledge-
he's done, and we're measuring it by the tool
One
that
at a time.
And this is
One at a
the
time.
tool people care about.
One at
This is
a
what the
time.
voter cares about.
One at a
Can
time.
I afford
One at
that
a time.
product?
One
And if
at a
the answer is
time.
no,
One at a
then
time.
they don't buy it.
I got it. Here, go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah. So again, you can argue that tariffs don't have a net economic benefit. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. For the most part, he's not either. Neither is Trump. Trump was the only time he said it wasn't was when he would remove taxes and replace it with tariffs, which is a whole different subject, whole different argument. Theoretical, would be fun to talk about. We haven't even gotten there yet. Trump is saying he's using these tariffs as a negotiating tool to get other concessions out of the country. And I'm giving you examples where it has worked. And every time I have, all of them go unaddressed. Literally, the migrant protection protocols were put in place because of a threat, according to Trump.
According to Trump is the key word there. They were doing this anyway.
Dude, they were
also-
implemented.
They were not in favor of the migrant
Also,
protection protocols. They came out
Trump
against
just
them.
hates the trade deficit.
Even if you don't believe it's why, it doesn't mean it wasn't. So we'll take the W on the issue anyway. But like,
You guys
yeah,
are
it's
dodging my counter argument. Nobody's addressed my fucking counter. Address
that
my
is how these
argument.
things work.
Hold on, calm down. God damn. All right, listen. Okay. What is the counter argument you want addressed before you turn into Bob?
The migrant protection.
I just said it. Tariffs are not used as economic policy. They're used to punish, they're used to negotiate, and they've worked. Migrant protection protocols worked. They were only in place because of the tariff threat.
All right. What is y'all's response to that? Let's start with
I
non-Brian,
just
and we're
think
gonna-
that's bullshit because I don't think it was
wait,
implemented because of the tariffs threat. I just don't think it was.
Then what do you think motivated?
Trump
The
just hates
evidence
the
that you-
trade
hold on,
deficit.
hold on,
Trump has
evidence
gone on
that you
record of
presented
not liking
to
the
me
trade deficit
is
at
Trump
all.
said it. Trump said it. Yeah, I need
All right.
more than that, buddy.
Go ahead,
So
Tyler.
what do you think motivated them then? Rick?
They said
What?
no, he threatened the tariff. They said yes. And then as soon as it was gone, as soon
You know
as the
what?
tariff threat was gone,
I had a show on Matt Gaetz on how he was a kid diddler, and then he dropped out. It must have been because of my show. Same
acknowledge-
same
can you-
logic.
Same as saying
What
that
happened? I did a
country
thing.
tariffs
Thing
wouldn't
resolved
motivate
it.
the government to
It must have been
respond.
true, right? I was feeling sad, and then I looked out the window, and there was rain, and now I'm happy, and these are things that are connected.
government.
So,
You guys are silly.
all right. We got some time. I'll be
That was
honest.
bad.
Let's examine this thought
I know better than
exercise
that.
that was just presented here by Tyler. You can dive into this to start, Tyler, since that is something I did want to talk about. Texas has recently declared they're going to get rid of income tax by 2025. Trump, I guess, liked that idea, and he wants to get rid of income tax as well, and he's argued possibly doing it with tariffs. All right, Tyler, you want to talk about that? Let's. I know before pre-World War II, most countries gained most of their income from tariffs. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Even more tariffs, get rid of income tax. Would that be a good idea?
Can we all give our thoughts on this proposal?
Oh yeah, we're absolutely we're gonna go in
I
a
want
circle.
to turn.
No, Rick, no.
We'll go in a circle. I'll start with Tyler.
It could be super interesting. So what we'd see in this instance, what a tariff essentially does is it takes extra money from somebody that's buying a foreign good. So what we could see is a massive economic boom in our localized industry, a higher velocity of money in country. It could be good. I don't know. I took a couple economics classes in college and I kind of look into it for fun. I don't know enough about making these projections. What I would see is if we implemented these tariffs, we'd probably get retaliatory tariffs back from the country. That alone would cause the cost of our goods to drop just based on a higher supply and a lower set of demand. So it'd be interesting, man. I need somebody more equipped to run down the data with me, but I don't see any reason against it if they could find a sound plan for it, at least to try it. He won, so why not?
Let's go to non-front. We'll go opposite way last time.
Yeah, real quick. Trump hates a trade deficit. He's not just using this as a threat. He hates a trade deficit because he doesn't understand it. But also, like, I linked a tweet from him. But also, the income tax thing. Like, first of all, tariffs just can't raise as much revenue as income tax. The revenue maximizing point of tariffs is probably like 40%. That only raises like $500 billion. Income tax raises $2.2 trillion. Secondly, tariffs are a regressive tax. Income tax is a progressive tax. Tariffs tax poor people more, both because it's a flat tax, so it's a percentage of their income. Poor people are hurt more. And two, because poor people spend more of their income on imported goods than rich people do. Income tax, I think like the bottom 50% of Americans only pay like $600 in income tax. Like the bottom 50% barely pay income tax. They would pay tariffs.
All right, we'll go to Pentuple. We'll save Wick for last. Here you go, Pentuple.
I hate the income tax. I think it sucks. So I would do literally anything to get that trade chip on the table. It's like it's like Justin Jefferson. Any trade offer between us that gets me
suck Admiral Gibbs' dick?
No, that's
you
gross.
said anything, right?
I know I did, but like, come on, damn it.
I'm sorry. Like, your niece is here. Come on, this is not fair.
What? No. Look. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I would like to do that. The tariffs thing. I mean, we don't have to replace it with tariffs, but I'd be open to replacing it with anything else. But yeah, and
I do. Before we move to Wick here, I do find it interesting that with my reputation, he chose to bring his niece to my panel of all the panels to come to. The wildest of the panels. All right, and then Wick, go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Yeah. You like income tax? I get it, right? No one likes to pay their hard-earned money on stuff, right? It sucks. But just wait till you get a load of what tariffs used as a primary economic.
Do you think it's gonna be a third of my income?
Like yeah, no shot. Like
No,
you will be
dude.
able to afford less.
Okay. Do you realize that even
less,
long-term tariffs
right?
implemented would be
please.
for American products to enter that market? Like, the tariffs are not always
wait,
American-made goods won't be affected
wait
by
till
this.
you're done, and then I'll-
Every single product is coming from overseas. And a lot of the competition in these industries has American-made products and foreign-made products. These tariffs aren't going to just be like, now you don't have the product. A lot of the times, people are just going to buy the American product now. Like, you're acting like we're just like, it's just never going to
The
have
American
anything.
product would be more
wait, go ahead.
expensive because
It'll
the
be more
resources that
expensive.
they used to make that product
Yeah.
would be more expensive.
Hold on, let Wick go.
Because tariffs will make it more expensive.
The American product
they used to make the product.
Why does a company not paying the tariff increase their price?
Well, because there's
But they
more
are
demand for
gonna
them
be paying
domestically.
tariffs.
The entire point of a tariff is to induce investment caused by the higher price that producers can now pay. Two, you're reducing price competition. Part of the reason prices in America are low is because they're competing against foreign competitors. If you get rid of that competition, they're paying.
And there are a lot of products that we can't
In a lot
make
of cases,
America,
there's
such as
already
coffee, right? You can't
American
grow coffee in America,
products
right?
on the shelves already. Right, already. There's ready to go. This is what we're saying. There's already in nearly every we could list different types of goods, but what I'm saying is
the
in
idea
nearly
of
every
removing income tax for all the reasons
and American-made goods already on the shelves. This is not every single analysis of this is going to be an input onto an industry. We have no domestic manufacturing.
You'll be able to
So
afford
you're
less.
saying, we're all going to have to suck and pay the prices of tariffs. The whole point is that no, we're not. We're going to stop buying the Chinese goods and start buying the American ones to avoid the tariffs.
The American ones are going to be
No,
more
the American ones are going to be more expensive, and it's a higher opportunity cost.
Hold on, let me ask this.
That's the point. The Asian manufacturing in the country. You guys have no ability to zoom out and see this problem, and it's like no wonder you guys are no longer in charge. You're so confused. Why we would vote for a convicted felon over you
I'm
guys.
no longer in charge, motherfucker. I have people in my chat, right, who have dinner with Ivanka Trump. If you think I am someone who isn't in charge still, I am the deep state, okay? I am the one whispering in the ears to get things done. I am the one pulling the strings. So you can, sit down.
It's you.
Yeah,
It's been
I
you
mean,
this whole time.
True.
yeah, it's him, bro.
You're
I mean,
welcome. Okay.
You. This entire
And
time.
CIA.
I'm a neoliberal.
I don't know what you just said, but are you the
I'm
Riddler?
a
Is that what you said?
neoliberal. I like Dick Cheney and shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about all that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so I mean, let's come back to this point y'all were just debating, right? Because part of like one of the arguments that I've always heard made for tariffs is that you will increase manufacturing, right? There's been an argument. I saw Trump lay this out in his economic plan, right? He argued that hey, it's going to be an initial little bit painful, and then you're going to have the investment and the growth as the stuff is built here. It's a long, wonderful thing. You'll see immediate benefits from new jobs created, et cetera, et cetera. Are y'all saying, without a doubt, there's not going to be this sort of investment?
It hasn't happened in the past. I have no reason to believe it would happen now.
It depends on what you tariff, and it depends on the scope of
It's
them. I
never
don't think.
happened in the past. It's never
I
happened in the past.
Not in 90% of the cases, no.
Yeah, I don't think tariffing inputs and intermediate goods is going to bring manufacturing back. I also think tariffs discourage exports as much as they discourage imports, and that hurts manufacturing as well. I also think any manufacturing we do bring back is a net cost because the loss to consumers is greater than the gain to producers, and there's a super large opportunity cost. Pentuple's laughing because he doesn't have a very basic understanding of comparative advantage. Oh, he's deaf and he's not even listening. He doesn't have an understanding of comparative advantage, so.
I just say tariffing
Does he have a
100%.
stranger in his room, too? Oh, no, that's... It looks like you're in his room. No, it's fine.
Tariffing 100% of a company that moves their jobs to Mexico. Sure, they might have to downsize if they stay in the United States. We might lose some jobs, but overall, that's saving jobs and not letting them go to Mexico.
Nope.
I would argue it is absolutely. So they're going to just close the company. They were about to just build a whole.
It's not
new
required.
plant in Mexico.
No,
Yeah,
but
a lot of times they do.
resources that otherwise would have been devoted to doing other things to produce other jobs are now being devoted to produce this thing.
Mexico didn't want to do migrant protection protocols. Trump threatens a tariff. They suddenly do want to do migrant protection protocols, and it's all a big coincidence because Rick thinks Trump is a liar.
I mean, in that case, like, I'm fine with saying tariffs worked as a threat there. I also think Trump just wants to do tariffs because he doesn't like the trade deficit, as he said multiple times, and because he wants to bring manufacturing back, as he said multiple times as well.
Yeah, but he also said multiple times that he's doing it for specific purposes. For Mexico, is specifically.
Let me just ask
Okay, so we proved the contradiction.
Hold on. Let me ask Tyler a question directly.
And then I want to
Do
change
you
this out.
think that tariffs bring back manufacturing jobs? Generally.
No, in that circumstance that I offered.
No,
I would
Trump
say that
says that they
absolutely.
do. Okay?
They will.
So you
I
are
think they will.
saying, clearly, to be
I think they
clear,
will.
that Trump is wrong when he says that they bring back manufacturing jobs.
No,
I mean,
no,
hold
I'm
on.
not-
Just to jump in here because you boys are failing the righties here. There are examples historically of tariffs
Name one.
in 1860s.
I don't just pull shit out of my ass and
1860
Google
tariff.
midstream.
Okay, fair enough. In 1860,
Hey,
perhaps.
that's the
I'll
one that
give it
came
to
and,
you.
and in
I'll
fact
give it-
it's also to
Fair
Tyler's
enough.
point.
Point
it
to
hurt slavery.
Gibbs in the 1800s. This might have worked.
It's so dumb because I don't dispute that they can be used to protect certain jobs,
Oh
but
my
all the
God.
jobs that they do protect are wasteful because you're using domestic resources to produce something that previously could have been imported cheaper. Well, the domestic resources you were using were doing other better, more productive jobs.
So all right. So this brings me to the question I wanted to bring up. Right. So do y'all agree that we're in a trade war with some of these countries like BRICS? Do y'all think that we are in what we'd call a trade war?
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
say
we
that, yeah.
have engaged in. I don't know if we're. Yeah, we have engaged in trade wars with these countries. Yes, that's.
We're doing tit for tat. I don't think they're technically considered trade wars yet, but I am not the one that makes those definitions. But I
Okay,
just
whatever you want
Would
to
you
call it.
sure? Would you say they're anti? All right. Let's broaden it a
Trade
little bit.
special military operations.
Yeah,
Okay?
sure. Yeah, exactly. I think we're getting lost in the weeds here. Would y'all say these are countries that are like antagonistic towards us and they use economic policies such as tariffs against us? Would y'all say that that's a true statement?
I think that a lot
I-
of times they try to
sometimes.
bait us into using tariffs against ourselves, right? But yeah, no, yes, I guess conceptually you are correct that they try to use trade policies in order to benefit them and hurt others.
So this needs to be, it's a two-part question here. So recently there was a report put out by the Pentagon saying that one of the biggest issues the United States is going to have if we were to go to war with China is we have a lack of shipbuilding, and that's due to a lack of domestic manufacturing. Could you see how maybe a tariff would hurt the United States in like in the economic sense, like short term with the money, but it would help us in building our like maybe say our military or manufacturing in a way like so we get a win basically in defensively as opposed to.
But
do you agree with that assessment?
Only if manufacturing was actually buoyed up by these. But again, we can look at the data here. Tariffs don't generally lead to that. They don't generally lead to a boost.
Well,
in
tariffs don't, but an increase in demand for American-made products does. I mean, you guys just imagine that market forces disappear. If you have these tariffs, even if the American manufacturing doesn't exist, or they transition over from some other product, like Nadfon said, these are just market forces at work.
Hold on. I don't know what you think I'm disputing, Pentuple. You're not acknowledging that these jobs are wasteful. And also,
You're saying
I
some
want to
weird
answer.
shit
I
like
do agree.
they'd be more valuable producing some other good. The whole point is increasing the demand for the American-made product to compete in the market against foreign-made products who can undercut us because of the labor cost.
So,
and for other reasons.
There's an opportunity cost to that.
Let me
That's the whole point.
Let me
what the opportunity? Dude, you just say random fucking words.
Do you not know what opportunity cost is?
Pointless
Those
member of
resources
this
could have
entire
otherwise been
panel.
dumped on
I don't think
things.
you will ever say anything interesting to me.
I'm gonna pause.
Pentuple
I
only
wish
thinks
all
because
of
he's
your
scared
time
and doesn't
was
know
given to
basic
Wick.
economics. That's what's happening.
I wish Wick had all of your time. I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
mute people.
Gibbs is
I'm gonna mute
being way
people.
too generous.
Well, hold on. Let me reframe this again because we got. I don't know what that was, but we can come back to it. I have a question, right? Who here is in favor of the CHIPS Act, or basically producing more chips here in the United States? Everybody here likes that, right? In general, okay. So this is a case to me where I feel like, say we put a tariff on, I don't know, Chinese semiconductors and Chinese chips, which would produce more manufacturing in the United States. Would that not be a good thing then, non-front? I feel like, because you're the one who's been arguing, hey, we could buy it cheaper from China possibly, and we can focus our industry somewhere else. Do you see how this could be a danger to the United States if, say, hey, we don't have any chip manufacturing because we've been buying it cheaper from Taiwan and Taiwan gets conquered or something? Like, what do you have?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a few cases where the national security concern overcomes the economic cost with semiconductors and with batteries. I think we should both tariff those from China a lot. I will say I don't think tariffs are particularly effective, again, because they hurt exports too. They hurt manufacturing in certain ways, depending on the scope of them and depending on what you tariff exactly. I also think a lot of times tax credits are better. That's what the CHIPS Act had, tax incentive financing. It gave tax credits. That way you incentivize companies to actually produce here rather than just produce somewhere else, because if you just tariff China, then they just move to Japan, which can be good sometimes.
That being said, when you do things like the CHIPS Act, you're picking winners and losers. What we saw with Solyndra is a lot of times it's not good economically to dump a ton of money into a company that wasn't going to make it on its own. A lot of these companies fail. So I would say the CHIPS Act's not good for the economy, so ignore everything else and get rid of it, right?
That's not my position. My position is that certain things that are bad for the economy can still be net benefits. I think tariffs are bad for the economy and don't have any other benefits to counteract that. And also, I agree, this does choose winners and losers, just like free trade has winners and losers.
For enough people, it would outweigh the costs, right? But they don't.
The steel industry is my go-to example. During NAFTA, we had China, who not only is outbidding us on levels of what they can pay their rates for their employees, because they don't have human rights and treat their people like shit, but also they can artificially inflate and deflate their currency. They can stockpile goods using taxpayer money to pay the companies back, stockpile the goods, and then flood the market with extremely cheap steel. So when they were flooding the U.S. markets with extremely cheap steel, what happened to U.S. manufacturing? It plummeted. These tariffs against China and against Mexico and Canada just stopped Chinese steel from coming to the United States. Potentially could have saved steel manufacturing in the United States. I can show you the data on it right now. I have it pulled up in front of me.
Okay, so I mean, one, I think the dumping with China could happen for some things, but steel is a very high fixed cost industry, so it makes sense sometimes to sell below your fixed cost if you can cover your variable cost. But also, I think all these things are a net benefit to the U.S. If China has lower labor regulations and they can produce stuff, that's high labor intensity more efficiently than the U.S. can because of that, then that's a net benefit for the U.S. to specialize in things that are, like iPhones, and for China to specialize in actually the final assembly to iPhones, because that's very labor intensive. No, it's not, because I don't think slavery is a net benefit.
They don't have human rights, so let's use them and let people die. I'm a left-winger. That's against my moral code. Sorry.
I mean, like, again, the only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism. By tariffing them, you're removing the best option that they have. And then, two, I don't think slavery is free exchange. You're literally owning someone. That, like, this is free exchange for the most part. Obviously, China has restrictions on their end that make it a little less free exchange, but...
Or we don't give them jobs and they say our economic conditions suck. Let's overthrow this country. As opposed to, well, they're giving us jobs, so something must be working. I guess it's all right.
I mean, I think that's a very risky bet to take, but okay, dude.
That's what economic sanctions are for. Literally, the point of economic sanctions is to cause an economic turmoil so the populace uprising against them.
That's the point of some of them, but like with Russia, like we also like sanction their oligarchs, so their oligarchs in theory can have like say over Putin.
You're right. I did oversell sanctions to what purpose? You're fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and
what was the question? Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it. You look like you had something ready there. Go ahead.
No, here's the deal, right? Like the CHIPS Act specifically, we recognized that we weren't producing a thing that we needed desperately to produce domestically because of security concerns, and so we invested directly in the infrastructure and the industrial capacity to do that, right? By providing tax subsidies and other methods to do that, right? That's the way to go about it. When we have a product or a resource that we don't have domestically, but we want to produce domestically, there are ways to do that, and I'm not against those ways in a lot of cases. When we're talking about specifically tariffs, again, for all the reasons we've been over and over and over and over, it's just not the way. It's just not helpful.
All right,
there are other ways to do the same thing that don't have the negatives that tariffs do.
I argue they don't have the same strengths either.
Okay, so let me ask this. So y'all mentioned sanctions. What other tools do y'all have that y'all have in y'all playbooks? Okay, well, so I guess that's not
tax
where I was going
incentives.
With. Hold on with the tax incentives. That's not
I'll
what
give you an
I'm talking
example.
about.
If you want more American jobs, give companies a tax break for hiring American workers.
We already do that.
How do tax incentives stop China?
Do it more. Just do it to the max.
How do tax incentives stop China from dumping?
I'm not against it. Look, I agree. And look, I'll just make the point. I think for the pro-tariff side on this, we're open. Look, this isn't like a passionate like pillar of like a political belief. We're open-minded to different approaches and different ideas. But I think what we need to acknowledge is that manufacturing in our country is being shipped overseas. We need to create that demand for the manufacturing here again. And we think tariffs is a way to do it. That's what we're going to do because we won the election. Election does have consequences, so we will be doing it, and we'll get to see if your prediction comes true. But ultimately, it's not that we are like gonna die on this hill if you are correct. If we learn and things change, we'll adjust the approach, and I will accordingly. But you haven't presented your better idea yet.
Pentuple, your mind can't be open
because
you don't understand enough to...
yet.
Hold on, just a moment, because I want to introduce this, right? I want not introduce, but I want to kind of put a pin in this, right? Because I honestly don't think you will. I think what you will do is you will try to spin whatever happens as a political win for Trump.
Well, if we get manufacturing jobs in the U.S. go up, I will consider it a success. I think that is. This is interesting. I think that we should establish on this panel what all of us would agree is a measure of success for tariffs. In one of the cases, which is Chinese manufacturing, these tariffs are designed to help improve the demand for American manufactured products. That's how I'm going to judge it. So like we do have I think we can come up with some sort of objective measure by how we're going to measure the success of this tariffs, whether it's used as a threat, whether it's used to collect revenue, whether it's used to open up the market, however it's implemented.
Man. Like
that's the judge. That's what I'm saying.
Let's say we get 500,000 new manufacturing jobs in the U.S.
Hell yeah.
Right? But we're paying double for the car, or not even double. We're paying
double. I don't know if it'll be double, but I would happily pay more if it means that. Yeah. Oh yeah. The price going up is not an immediate loss.
We don't need
because the market forces are still in play, is what I'm saying. The market forces are still in play. I'm not going to pay too much.
Wait,
if the
Pentuple,
domestically don't work, then people aren't going to buy it. They're still going to have to compete in the market. That's why I say you guys are acting like the market forces disappear when these things happen.
I'm not acting like that. You don't understand. You literally do not understand enough to know why that's not the case. Can you define opportunity cost? Do you know what that is? Do you have a concept of what that is? Can you, or do you not know?
His point is somewhat solid if you're talking.
Wait, no, let him escape. No. Can you, Pentuple, please? I need to know. Can you define opportunity cost? Oh, he's deafened.
He's talking really strict. He does have a point. If you're talking about elastic products in the market, we have all sorts of competition. We have knockoff brands. We have all sorts of things. He does have a point. Now, if you're talking about inelastic products, then your point rings true. So, but he is onto something here. This is probably one of his first better points.
Again, I don't dispute that this can be used to bring...
Hold on a second. Non-Fraud wants you to explain opportunity cost, Pentuple.
Well, why am I explaining opportunity? He's the one who's been repeating it all night. Why doesn't he tell me?
I mean, I can tell you what it is. It's a cost.
Please do. You've been the one saying it all night as if it's just a slam dunk. I don't know what you're talking about. Please.
Yeah, because most people have a concept of what it is.
It's
the cost of the. Yeah,
I know what generally opportunity cost means. You're just explain. What is this like? Get off your fucking horse. Wait, don't do this.
You keep saying
act like that. Opportunity cost, don't you know? No, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know what the words mean. Like, what are you trying to do right now? This is the worst performance from the left wing I've ever seen, and it is in part why you guys lost the election so badly. You guys didn't even think it was fathomable we'd win the popular vote, but then you make arguments so bad like this.
Yeah, great. You
know what I mean by opportunity cost. Of course, tariffs work.
So, okay, Pentuple, do you acknowledge that the resources being used to promote American manufacturing could have otherwise been used to do other things, right? You acknowledge that, right? Or do you not know what that means? Do I need to break it down?
Please tell me what opportunity cost means and what you mean by that.
Opportunity cost is the cost of the next best alternatives for your resources. So every factor, production, land, labor, capital, ideas that goes to American manufacturing, however you define that, is land, labor, capital ideas that didn't go to something else, like research and development.
Yeah, this argument doesn't make sense because we're hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. We don't have no issue where manufacturing jobs aren't leaving. Manufacturing jobs are leaving the America. They're leaving America. So we don't have this is like an equilibrium on manufacturing jobs where it's like all the manufacturing potential has been reached. That is what you're arguing.
No.
What
to be clear, I agree we're losing manufacturing jobs. I think that's a great thing because it means Americans can spend.
Because I don't think you knew that until you Googled it 20 minutes ago.
That's not true at all. I don't dispute this at all. And I agree tariffs can be used sometimes to bring certain manufacturing jobs back. I just think that, again, that's wasteful because
that's what we've been arguing this whole time.
All right.
The resources.
Let's reframe. I think that we did touch on something I've been trying to kind of get around, and nobody's been really biting. Let's go back to how do we define a win on tariffs? Wick said here basically he thinks that Pentuple and probably most righties are going to just spin whatever Trump does as a win. Like
I propose an objective measure.
Yeah,
the objective measure being manufacturing jobs.
I think
that's the whole point. We can measure those. We do measure those. That's how we know they're leaving.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish this here because I know that non-fraud here is not going to pick that. And like you're arguing manufacturing, I would personally I'll jump in here for a second. I personally would define the threat of the tariff getting something done like as a win. Like for example, if Trump came in and was like, "Hey, I got them basically to squash migration at the southern Mexican border for 25%, like with the threat of 25% tariffs, so he didn't have to implement them," I would call that a win, right? Or if he, other things like say he implemented a tariff on China and we can't use Chinese, steel, and it forced us to start Chinese shipbuilding and we had to build ships here or something. I don't know. I can see specific scenarios where like the national security y'all granted me counts as a win, or the immigration issue counts as a win. But it doesn't seem to me that like y'all or the left is wanting to grant the majority of those. How are y'all willing to define these as a win? We can start with Pentuple since you seem to have the manufacturing jobs started.
Yeah, I think that we can judge this based on whether manufacturing jobs start returning to the U.S., whether we can effectively increase the demand for American-made products that's currently being manufactured, some that aren't being manufactured right now. Like I said, this is very nuanced. It has to be strategically and intelligently. Some products that we shouldn't tariff because we need them. Like all of these immediate questions that you have when we talk about it are going to be addressed. Like we're going to be paying people in our government a lot of money to figure out and sort through those nuanced things. So what we're really talking about is whether the tariff approach will work. I think the tariff approach will work. I think it'll be effective at bringing back manufacturing jobs. I think it'll be effective at getting Mexico to work with us on the border. I think that they're an effective tool for any president to use in foreign policy. I think it's just like it's kind of it's surprising we're arguing it. I think it's because you guys hate Trump so much, but That's just how I feel about it. It's just like tariffs work. We should use them, and like we have to use them intelligently. We can't just throw a dart at the board and say 10% tariff to this product. It's got to be done right.
I've given you examples.
I know you can give me examples because you're googling it in real time.
That I've been against, such as the one from Obama in 2012. I've given you examples of other Republican president tariffs that I don't like, such as the 2002 tariff by Bush, right? So to explain this, because
that's what I'm saying. You could have convinced me on all of these. You could convince me on all of those points, but that doesn't mean that tariffs are bad. And Trump is a bit of a departure from previous administrations. Would you admit that there's like a little bit of a shakeup happening when Trump enters the White House than when the previous 5 administrations have?
This is true. But Trump,
yeah, he does things a lot differently. I think Trump threatening tariff. I think there's a difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden threatening a 25% tariff. I think the threat coming from Trump is more seriously taken than maybe it would be by Joe Biden. So like there's a lot of factors that are okay. Different presidents have different levels of credibility. I mean, they all. I mean, you guys can make the argument that Donald Trump doesn't carry any credibility worldwide. I'm just saying there's so many variables that when you're trying to convince me that tariffs just don't work, we shouldn't use them as a tool. These aren't good arguments to make for why they don't work, because you found one time we implemented a tariff that doesn't work. Even if this other president did the same approach, it doesn't give, and it's not a given that it's going to have the exact same outcome. Things have changed in the last 20 years. Things have changed in the last 4 years. Things have changed in the last 3 weeks for you guys.
They were the bad commies. We will implement communism in a way that will feed the people.
In a way, yeah. I mean, it sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but in a way, yeah. This is a tool. I think that Trump's going to use these tools better than the administrations of the past. That's the whole reason I support him, is because he's a departure from the status quo of government. So, like, in a way, yes, it sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but yeah, I do think that Trump is going to be able to use these tools in a different way than George W. Bush did, and that Joe Biden has. Or that Kamala.
Yes, I don't have an issue 100%. With saying that insofar as tariffs, all that I think is good. You don't know enough tariffs to say that. You don't understand enough about the tool itself to know why it's good or bad. Like,
dude. Why do you pull this card? It's like the most disgraceful look at the laugh.
Because I know you're a fucking idiot who doesn't know anything about this, so I can own you easily on it. That's the answer.
You have not owned anything. You asked me if American manufacturing was declining because you hadn't Googled it yet for the debate.
Like, that's not true.
I can't even imagine me putting you on a panel. This is insane.
Do you think I don't know that American manufacturing has declined?
It's embarrassing.
I know
you
more
literally
statistics about American manufacturing than you do, by the way.
That Donald Trump doesn't know what tariffs are. How am I supposed to take you seriously? How am I supposed to care about anything you have to say when you make such stupid claims?
Is there a single clip of Donald Trump accurately describing what a tariff is? I have not found one yet.
Donald Trump knows what a tariff is. This is the hubris of like a 16-year-old fucking
child. Can you answer my question?
Hold on. I want to mute you. Hold on. Pause.
Oh my god! I just realized why you're so dumb.
Pause. And then we're gonna get some more here. Just a show of hands. Quick show of hands. Who here thinks that Donald Trump knows what a tariff is? Just.
I think he knows, but he's lying about it.
Dude, just take the L on the debate if you have to resort to saying that the president of the United States doesn't know what a tariff is. Just
is there a single clip of him accurately describing what a tariff is?
Is there a single clip? Dude, yeah, because you're... Dude, I can't stop with the fucking voice.
To be clear, I think Trump... I do think he knows, but I think he's lying about it.
Google. Yes, I've seen Trump talk about tariffs. Yes, I've seen him discuss tariffs. Go on Google, like, what is this? You have the hubris of a child. It is so fucking goofy. Oh my god.
I got it. I got it.
Just
stop for a moment. Here's the thing. If Trump believes that tariffs will have a net positive impact on bringing manufacturing jobs back to America, then no, he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to tariffs.
What about, hold on. How does it not bring jobs back when you create a marketplace where those goods cost more than the American-made goods? Now you have a market demand for the American-made goods.
Pentuple, can I run through an example with you real quick, please?
Stop.
I'm genuinely no interest in anything you say, but
you gotta be less data.
I gotta mute it. I gotta mute it. I'm muted. I'm gonna get my question in. Wick. So, all right, you said if you think it's because of manufacturing. Do you think it's because? Do you think would you grant him the the Mexico situation if he uses? Do you think he understands what a tariff is if he's like, hey, I'm going to use it to stop them from, I don't know, letting migrants cross their southern border?
I think if he's using it as a threat and it works, then fair enough, but I think there are better ways to accomplish the same goal, and I don't believe it worked in the.
Hold on, we're gonna go to Tyler next.
Propose one.
I want to go to Tyler. Tyler, go ahead. All right, what?
The same question. Absolutely. Well, that's my whole argument is that these aren't being used as an economic tool generally to make the economy better, and they're not being proposed as that either. I'd like to go back to a question you asked Wick earlier. What policies would you put in place specifically to stop the flood of cheap Chinese steel coming in from Mexico and Canada?
I'm not an economist. I would hire economists to do that for me.
I don't have an issue with that. I think that's based.
No, you don't Google search.
I agree.
I would hire an economist to do that for me. I don't think I'm qualified.
Would you hire the same economists who have been overseeing this for the last 20 years?
Do you think economists have been overseeing the tariffs for the last 20 years?
No, I'm just saying that they all the people that are making the arguments you have been referencing these fucking experts. So yeah, I want to know what's the deal. What's their track record?
You can look it up.
On comparative advantage, is
I'm
pretty
sure
good,
non-funds
actually.
got it up already.
Yeah, I mean, we have empirical studies on comparative advantage. If you want to run through them, I understand you probably don't know what study is. But
Empirical studies. I sound smart because I said empirical studies.
Okay. So anyway, I don't know how to go with that, but I think that Pentuple does touch on a good point, which is that the Trump team is supposed to be like outsiders, right? And economists seem to have kind of put the from many of the MAGA people's perspective, have put the United States economy in the shitter, right? I mean, how long have we heard this policy from the Dems is going to do this and whatever? So I see this as an outsider coming. How do you use this to argument? Like, how do you justify which economists we're listening to? How do you argue like that? You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of what he's getting at with that question.
That the idea that a lot of people believe the economists have failed us and put in this situation, is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, because I feel like they're looking for outside solutions.
Well, this is like
an
institutional discussion, institutional problem, and I think that the reason that people believe tariffs work is a far different question. Because I think you're right when you say that people believe tariffs will do a thing or X thing, and that's true amongst a large portion of the population. A large portion of the populace believes tariffs will have a benefit to manufacturing in America. But here's the thing, the data shows that that's not the case, and that's not true. Now, I think a lot of institutions, not just economists, but science, academia, etc., have shot themselves in the foot by lying to the American public, and that's an own goal that they have to deal with. They have to re-win the trust. But on tariffs specifically, this is something from left, right, and center, from economist hobbyists to economist PhDs, across the board, say that while in certain specific instances targeted tariffs might work, blanket tariffs like the ones proposed by Trump simply won't.
All right, thoughts? Right. Yeah, thoughts on
I mean, there's more consensus on free trade with economists than like any other subject. It's also hilarious to me Pentuple's making fun of experts and he can't even define opportunity cost. He doesn't know what the balance of payments is.
I'm asking you to define it for the purposes of what you're using it for. I know what opportunity cost means, but you can't just say opportunity. Oh my god, you can't just say opportunity cost and then just pretend like I'm a retard because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, you do have to actually explain the terms you're using them in the context that you're using them. Opportunity cost. Are you kidding me, dude? This is such a.
I mean, I literally did define it when you asked. It's the cost of like the next best alternative for your resources.
Opportunity cost.
Is there a single?
You know what net negative means? Do you even? Can you describe what net negative means?
Well, hold on. Single clip? I got a Black's Law dictionary behind me. We can start looking up the legal terms. But thankfully, we only got 5 minutes here. So here's what we're gonna do for this last closing five. What we're gonna do? I want to hear y'all's closing arguments. Who started this? Let's start with. Let's go with Tyler. You can start us off again here.
All right, well, I there was a bit of a disconnect between me and my debate partner here. I did not argue the economic benefit of tariffs. I completely conceded that one up front. And I don't think they're being used other than the theory crafting of getting rid of taxes and going back to an older system. I don't think they're being used for economic benefit. We know what they're being used for. We were told there's a better way to do it. We just, when asked for a single example, none were provided. I would say that tariffs are a lighter version of what sanctions do. And we implement sanctions all the time without regarding any sort of effects on it. So I would say that the bad actors that we put these tariffs on, or at least the threats of them, were doing things that everyone agrees were bad. And even if you don't agree, if you think Mexico just disagreed with this tariff and disagreed with stay in Mexico, and then one day changed their mind, and then just one day changed it back, and it's all a big coincidence, I guess I can't really fault you for that, but the facts look like it was Trump's tariffs that did it. So I'm going to go with Trump is using his tariffs effectively, and they are benefiting the American worker, and in a lot of ways, they look more like something that John Fetterman or Bernie Sanders would do. So, as somebody of the left, I generally like them.
All right, let's go to non-fraud. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think anyone provided any good arguments for tariffs being net benefits. I mean, I agree insofar as tariffs aren't actually implemented and just can be used as a threat to achieve an outcome. I think it's good. They can be good. I think Trump just hates the trade deficit, though. Trump, there is not a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is. Also, the economists around Trump think that imports subtract from GDP. That is not true. So I do not trust him to import or to implement them strategically. The Pentuple does not know enough about economics to actually engage in this conversation. That's why he's scared. He is scared of a 19-year-old online suitor expert who has never had a girlfriend. That is who he's running from. Okay. I'll end by citing the conclusion of that IMF study that I have cited before. 151 countries from 1963 to 2014. We find that tariff increases led to economically and statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. Tariff increases also resulted in more unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on trade balances. We have empirical studies. We have the models to back it up. They don't have anything.
All right, I'll let Pentuple go next and respond to that.
Get tariffed, nerds. We won. Suck it up. We're going to win. We're going to get manufacturing back, and you're just going to have to watch and learn, I guess. So spurg out on Google. Have fun.
All right. Wick, go ahead.
Sure. I guess to quickly respond to that, the democracy is the idea that the people know what they want. They deserve to get it good and hard, and we will get it good and hard.
Good and hard, baby. That's right.
It won't. I don't know if Trump will actually implement the thing he does, the things he said. We'll have to see whether or not he actually implements the tariffs, the 25% tariffs on Canada, and just blanket tariffs across the board on goods from Mexico. I don't know if he will, but my argument here is if he does, it will be devastating to our economy. Not just theirs. It might hurt theirs too, but we will lose jobs overall. It will be a net cost to us overall. The economic benefits it will receive will pale in comparison. Tariffs breed a culture of corruption. If you want to drain the swamp, tariffs are not the way to do that. Tariffs encourage lobbyists who lobby the government and pay money for exemptions for their companies so that they can outcompete their competitors.
Well, those are bad.
Yeah, those are very bad, right?
Those are bad.
If I could finish my closing thought.
Sorry.
Right, uninterrupted, if I may, right? So here's the deal. At the end of the day, we have a wealth of data to show that free trade has brought our country and the world out of poverty, right? We did used to rely on tariffs and other import taxes and other such
Thank you very much, Tiki Tack, for the $20.
For hundreds of years.
I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
In the history of the world, have we had a higher standard of living across the board than we do today? And that is in large part because of our transition to free trade, the World Trade Organization, and global interconnectivity. And I just don't want to see us slip back or fall back. Tariffs bad, free trade good. WhickTV is where you can find me, and I won't charge you anything for being here, but if you've enjoyed the show, hit the like button and subscribe button. I love you all. Gibbs, thank you for hosting. That's my
no problem. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was gonna let y'all give outros. I was gonna let y'all give outros after that, but you also. It looks like there's a couple people that want to get in on this as an open. I'm going to respect all y'all's time. Then you have to stay. But since Wick gave an outro, let's give everybody else outros. We'll go backwards in the order here. Pentuple, if you want to give an outro. And then
Pentuple TV on Twitch and YouTube. And that's the... I don't have a tagline. I was going to make one up, but I don't have one. I'll see you there.
Fantastic. Non-fun.
I stream on YouTube at Nonfon, NONFON, and Twitch at Nonfon420. You can go to my YouTube and watch me debate a bunch of other people about tariffs.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tyler.
My name's the Omni Liberal on Twitter. You can check me out at destiny.gg if you'd like. And otherwise, it was fun. I always have fun with it.
All right. Fantastic. Now, I did have some people calling us cowards because they wanted to get in. One of them apparently knows Wick. I don't know, but they wanted to talk about this. If y'all want to stick around, I will also give my thoughts on this. Now that
I can't stay too
over,
long,
but y'all are more than welcome to
I can
stay.
stay like 10 minutes maybe.
All right, so anybody that wanted to get in, now's your
You got
time.
10 minutes to call me slurs.
Yeah, just jump in the
Oh,
Discord.
can I say, like,
Please.
honestly, don't bring your kid to these things, man. Like, or your niece or whatever.
Her parents
Not
swear.
good.
They said I warned them of what would happen. They said they were cool with it.
I'm not gonna. It's not gonna stop me from saying curse words. I'm just gonna be like,
Her
wow,
parents
you knew it was
swear.
gonna happen and you brought them anyway.
I asked her mom. Her mom said it's okay.
Okay. Just don't. I don't like it.
It was a tactic, I guess. I don't know.
She loves this. I'm happy that she's interested.
My audience is asking how do they jump in? Like, can you give me a link?
They can just join my Discord here. I will give you the link directly. Or I think I posted it in the group chat. And they can just join any voice chat, and I'll move them in.
I don't know. We're from New York, man. We all fucking swear a lot. I don't know. It's like normal for me.
Yeah, just join any VC, and then y'all can come in here and give us your thoughts and tell us why you're wrong.
Too long.
Yeah, people got to leave. I'll give mine. I think it's the targeting. Targeted ones. Trump is this interesting thing, I think, and this is not really fair for us in the debatosphere. But Trump, like, I heard someone complaining recently. It was a lefty. I don't remember who it was specifically complaining, basically that Trump, like, will say something, and all these other Republicans and righties will sit here and kind of like say whatever they thought, like their interpretation. Like, oh, he's probably going to do this, even though he said this hyperbolic thing. And unfortunately, and I will admit this as someone that's, I guess, more MAGA adjacent than others, I think that's true. I think Trump does say pretty wild stuff, and then he's like, all right, here, we'll get into the specifics later, but I also feel like he's just a, like,
as he should,
personified to the
localist.
mass, right? Like, I think politicians always are hyperbolic, and then they tone it back in legislation time or in, like, executive order time. So, yeah, I don't know if it's great for the debate sphere that he'll be like, yeah, 20 million people, and then he's probably going to do something less than that, but who knows. But, all right, Professor Meat, you had thoughts, I hear.
What's up, Bill? Yeah, I'm just going to be real quick. I wanted to say this to the other guy, but hopefully he'll still make his way to him or he's watching or something. So, all right, here's the thing with tariffs, right? Tariffs can work, right? The way tariffs work, basically, for bringing jobs to America is what you're going to do is you're going to, like, identify something, for example, that we're, like, buying from other places. And then you put a tariff on that, and then it incentivizes people to make it in America because it would be cheaper or comparable enough that you might as well make it in America, right? That's the whole process. That's how you use tariffs to bring jobs to America. There's two problems, right? Well, actually, there's one problem with that, and then one other thing I'll say in just a second. The problem with that, all right, is that we're, like, on the verge of a labor shortage if we're not already. Like, unemployment is insanely low. Bringing more jobs to America is only good if we're in need of jobs. Otherwise, it just causes problems, and it doesn't bring us any benefit. So there's just not... could you use tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs to America? Potentially. Could that help? Potentially. Will it help if we do it now? No. There's not any... It only helps when you need jobs. When you need jobs. We're not in need of jobs. The other thing I'll say is there was an interesting point made earlier. And this is a minor thing. That's mainly all I want to say. But just very quickly, a minor thing that was said earlier. It was an interesting point I hadn't thought of before. Someone was talking about... I think it was maybe a parallel drawn to the CHIPS Act of, like, national security needs for, like, chip manufacturing and stuff. This is an interesting point. But the thing is tariffs still don't actually help that problem. Because if the way that tariffs bring manufacturing to America is by removing incentives from pursuing them elsewhere so that they then, those people that are seeking to purchase or manufacture those things then just do it in America instead. If that's the goal, but we're in a situation where we, A, aren't manufacturing in America as it is, and B, are not solving this problem by buying the ships from somewhere else or outsourcing the manufacturing, tariffs, there is no industry to move to America. We are not buying the ships. We aren't outsourcing the production. The tariff will have no effect in that regard. So that's all I want to say.
He's actually, I didn't want to dogpile on my partner there, but in fact, most of the reason manufacturing jobs have left the United States is because of innovation. And not because the jobs are gone now, not because they went overseas. And I didn't want to dogpile on them for that, but yeah, you're right.
Well, and I mean, it helps at, like, listen, I'm gonna say something, Sal. I don't know. I'm just gonna be crass in how I say this. when we have like rising standards and like rising I'm sure we've all heard this talking point from Destiny or whatever, like about like
I promise you I haven't, so it's gonna be a new one for me.
Okay, sure. All right, there's manufacturing and then there's assembly or whatever. There's making a product that's further down the line of, you manufacture this and this and this, and then you use those components to make this, and then somewhere down the line you're like assembling a whole bunch of components to like make a car, for example. This is way downstream of steel manufacturing, right? It's like we're having these like way higher level, like better paying like jobs in America. And this is more and more of what constitutes like quote unquote manufacturing or industry in America. If there's all these other countries with like shithole fucking standards for their workers that will pay them way less, and we want to give a whole bunch of jobs to them, it just helps everybody. We don't want to fucking compete with them by lowering the quality of work in America. And if we're not in need of jobs, we have no reason to do so anyway. Like, it's just good for everyone. If we're not in need of jobs, it's just good for everyone that we outsource these manufacturing jobs to other places that will do it more cheaply and get paid more than they would be getting paid otherwise in the alternatives in those countries. So that's all. That's my thoughts. He's not here anymore, so I feel a little silly just coming in, and I don't think anyone disagrees with me.
I always like to talk to you, Professor Meat, and I appreciate you. So.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, y'all.
Bye.
Yeah, all right. Well, that seems like that was the main one that I was being told wanted to get in here, I guess.
People who said wanted to get in.
Oh, if they want to get in here, come on. You've got like another 5 minutes or so.
Well, they all wanted to yell at Pentuple, so.
Yeah, another thing that about the China tariffs, I was just whispering Wick about this. The result of the China tariffs was not that jobs came back to the United States. They went to neighboring countries to China. They went to different countries in Southwest Asia or Southeast Asia that didn't have tariffs on them. So the manufacturing jobs that are there are staying there. The ones we lost were because of technology. So is what it is.
Yeah. Do you think labor standards were improved in China because of the tariffs? I don't think that's happened historically, but you.
No, I think that historically the slavery was ended because the United States put trade, clamped down on people in ways that can loosely be expressed as tariffs. But again, if we sanction, a sanction is a 100% not doing trade with that country at all. It's more extreme than a tariff.
We recognize the cost to it, and we do it in extremis when we think that they violate.
Do y'all think sanctions work?
Strategic thing.
Sometimes.
Yes and no.
We sanction for all sorts of shit. We sanction for
a lot of times.
We thought Maduro did a bad election, and we sanctioned the fuck out of Venezuela, and there was no violence.
I mean, sanctions can work, but a lot of times they don't. It really depends. Targeted.
We got another one. Another contender here.
Oh, new person.
Patty, you're on.
Yeah, 2 more minutes, so just FYI.
It's not no one else is talking, right? It's not just on my end.
No, it's you don't hear him. It follows.
Yeah, my ear. Fine. Sorry. Yeah, it's on your end. Go ahead, Fal. Sorry.
My bad. Okay, I fix it.
Anyways, yeah, I do think we kind of lost our mind. The left on as far as caring about the working class. I think I don't know if tariffs is the answer. I don't know if it's gonna fix it, but I've been in plants. I've seen like the layoffs and the dread of like plants closing down, and saying eggs are gonna be cheaper isn't really gonna make up for those lost jobs. We have to do
tariffs
something.
Won't bring them back, man. Like I care about workers' rights, and if I thought tariffs would improve workers' rights, then I'd be for tariffs. But they don't.
And I do think that's
straight up.
Like they don't. Tim Ryan make actually about tariffs was some of the Trump tariffs made more sense. And that's why Biden kept some of them around, and some of them were kind of like if you're gonna make guacamole cost more, that we're not gonna manufacture it here anyways. But if you're talking like tariffs on steel, yeah, that might make a difference. I don't know if it will or not, but if we care about workers' conditions and we care about human rights on the left, we should be wanting manufacturing done in America. I don't understand where the left just kind of went astray on that, but it was like kind of cringeworthy watching everyone just kind of make this like trickle down excuse for like, well, if we make things more expensive, then the goods will be expensive, and it's like we're just selling trickle down economics to the left now, and wondering why it didn't work.
I
agree. These two are full libertarian in this argument. 100%.
Libertarian. We went free trade. Look, Bill
Yeah,
Clinton
full
went free
libertarian.
trade. He signed NAFTA into law. Like the idea that this is somehow not a leftist thing, or not a on the left thing, I should say. I'll make a distinction between Democratic and leftist, right? But yeah,
NAFTA,
this
is where you guys missed out. It was like NAFTA was terrible for the Rust Belt, and those were the swing states this election.
I mean, it's hard because like it's very easy to see someone who lost their job because of free trade. It's very hard to see who gained their job.
For the Rust Belt, but while NAFTA was implemented, Obama won the Rust Belt, right? Like Democrats, Bill Clinton won the Rust Belt. Like we had all these presidents.
Well, wouldn't the argument
that won the Rust Belt? The reason we lost the Rust Belt. Let me finish because this is salient to the thing. The reason we lost the Rust Belt isn't because of NAFTA or anything of that nature. It's because we went left on immigration, guns, and crime.
Trans issues over
that because they seem to think differently.
I'd say it was trans issues over guns, but otherwise I agree.
Sure.
I think it was inflation.
I think
inflation was the biggest factor, absolutely.
You guys are insane for caring about trans issues, man. Just let people do their thing, man.
I'm talking about the electorate, not me.
I mean, I will say this though, like I like just from like the opposite perspective, right? Because he's bringing up the workers' rights, and and y'all brought up this is why I'm not a libertarian, right? And I've heard y'all argue, like people argue like, oh well, regulations, and I generally don't like regulations, right? Like I think extra safety protocols, fuck that, we can just hire somebody else, right? Like I'm kind of like a extreme capitalist in some regards. However, I'm also like an America first kind of guy. I definitely can see the argument like, oh, we just force jobs to be here. Well, no, if we're sitting here like not being able to have our cars sold in Japan, like it's 100% tariff, and they're able to sell a Kia here for $99 a month. Yeah, that's not fair to American industry. Yes, the market, like I get your opportunity cost argument, but the market is deciding then, okay, yeah, we could spend money somewhere else, but you're also not buying American. Where's that money go at the end of the day? It goes to Japan, and I can see the argument going, hey, this does hurt. Like, no, I understand the deficit argument where it comes back. You're not gonna Pentuple me, non-fraud. I understand economics in depth. I disagree.
As an aside, non-fraud, why did you ever? Have you really never had a girlfriend?
Yeah, I was just making fun of myself now, yeah.
You've never had a girlfriend. Is that serious?
Thanks for the sub, by the way.
But he's fucking 19. That's perfect.
We're going to do a non-con dating stream, okay? So
I like that
happy to do it.
My audience, we're going to set non-fun up here. We've gotten, look, Irrelevant met one of his girlfriends on my show.
Oh, baby.
Not kidding, right? So we can set you up. So here's what we'll do, non-fun. I'll talk to you, and we'll set something up, and we'll have a dating show like The Bachelor, okay? We'll set it up.
Happy to do it. Thank you.
And
we'll check it out.
No, we'll get the ladies.
Nothing wrong. If you want to stay single, based king.
Do you want to stay single?
Embrace the hose.
Do you want a girlfriend?
Yeah, I do. I was just making fun of myself because Pentuple.
We'll make this happen. We will change your life, sir. Okay? With that, I gotta go. I love you all. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
No, yeah. But yeah, to what he's infallible, I was trying to make that workers argument, man. Like when you push when you push these jobs overseas, when you say China, go ahead and make all the steel, undercut our industries, completely undermine them, even fucking force them out of the market because nobody's gonna do anything to stop them. They haven't for 20 years. Absolutely, those are all American jobs that are now going overseas to people that don't have human rights. They don't have OSHA. They'll let hundreds of people die building a building just to get that building up in a week. I 100% agree we should be standing by our value.
Do you think it's fair that California undercuts Maine on almonds?
No, because they have to abide by the same rules and regulations.
No, they don't. They have different rules and regulation between Maine and
Generally,
California.
I think they're higher. Like they don't. They have the same law and things like that. They're not. People aren't dying. Like there's a difference between having no worker rights or regulations.
I was gonna say that's the big difference is like we can control how California and Maine have the workers' rates for people. We can make sure that we can control the minimum wage. We can control what benefits they get. We can control how many hours they're forced to work, etc. We can't do that if it's another country.
I mean, we can with trade agreements, but also like states have different minimum wages. They have different labor regulations. There is a federal government that sets some minimum standard for all of them, but you can do the same thing with free trade negotiations.
Yeah, I mean, we allow them some autonomy, absolutely.
Use slave labor. It's, you know.
I mean, again, like there are also studies on like free trade contributing to growth. Like that's literally every country had like some sweatshop phase where like we used to have sweatshops here, but then we grew enough where now we don't have to have sweatshops. I think that's probably true for other countries as well.
That wasn't free trade so much as that was philanthropists, specifically Bill Gates, who the right hates because of microchips. But philanthropists going and actually working to end the lowest rung of poverty worldwide. There was a lot of like nice things being done there that were extra capitalism and not just the system itself.
I do have a rude awakening for you though, because like 4 years from now, when all things are said and done, Biden and the Inflation Reduction Act created a lot of jobs too, and you guys said the economy sucked under him, so they're going to be saying the same thing in 4 years, even if you do create more jobs, even if you do bring manufacturing back here.
I don't think the economy sucked under Biden. I think the reason Biden lost due to economy was the year they spent denying inflation existed, saying it was transitory, saying it was temporary, citing Nobel laureate economists saying it was about to go away. So we're going to spend $6 trillion.
I mean, a lot of it was transitory, right?
I mean, no, they had to come out. Janet Yellen came out and admitted that all that was wrong in 2023. So
there was definitely inflation, but it was global. I mean, it was just.
It was, but the Biden administration was denying it, saying it would go away soon, and we can keep spending. They were ignoring. There was about a 4-month period there where Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, was disagreeing with the spending practices of the Biden administration. There was about 7 months there when it was even members of their party, Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, economists within the party like Larry Summers. Things like that. They had dissent in the party the whole time that they was being ignored.
I mean, I agree there were disagreements over like how sticky inflation was and how transitory inflation was. I think inflation was less transitory than a lot of people said it would be, but I think inflation to a large extent was transitory.
I mean, I would argue that if it hit 9% a year and a half after the transitory claims came, then your transitory frame of reference must be 20 years because what they meant by transitory is it was going to be around for maybe a cycle or two.
Well, yeah, inflation is at like 2.6% now. It depends on how you measure it, but
2.6 year to year, but the compounding inflation, if you measure it over 5 years, everything's up about 20-25%.
Well, when they say inflation is transitory, they don't mean cumulative inflation. Cumulative inflation isn't transitory unless you have deflation. But
they meant 1 to 2 cycles, not 3 years.
Some people probably did. I don't know.
Not transitory, and they got it. Janet Yellen flat out said she got it wrong. So you're defending something the administration is not.
I mean, if they said it would be transitory within a few years or within a few cycles or whatever, they were wrong. There were plenty of people who thought it was going to go way faster. I admit that. It's been stickier than even I expected.
Yeah.
But
and that's it. They were just punished for being wrong. It wasn't like they lied to the people. They just ignored it, said the wrong thing, and got it wrong.
It's been propaganda on both sides. I'm just going to say that much. We did the same thing to Trump, and they're doing the same thing to us now. But it was like the end of his term. Oh, look at all these lost jobs. Oh, yeah, COVID. I mean, of course, it's going to be lost jobs. And COVID again was why the economy was down and why inflation was up here. We need to reinvest back in the country to bring the jobs back.
Yeah, what were you just saying, Non-Fun? What was your point? I just had a point, and then the coffee might kill my ADHD.
Like a lot of people thought inflation would go away sooner than it did. They thought it would be more transitory. Even I thought that.
So yeah, this is part of it. Like now, I will agree and I will grant that inflation was like what 2.2 2.7% or something last year or whatever, right? When you go on, however, I think it's how you sell it, right? I think that yes, cumulative inflation is not the same as what like we look at like normal inflation. However, when you have a drastic change in inflation where it's like in 4 years, really, but 5 years, you have a 22.3 or 23.9%, depending on which like little stats you want to look at, like increase in like a span of like 5 years or 4 years. That's something that like speaks that there's something else going on. There's a drastic problem. Like, we've had like major inflation increase since like, I don't know, the last two since we've existed, right? However, I can't think of a time where we've had a 22.3% 5-year inflation increase, and like people just be expected to be told, "Hey, that's normal." Like, no,
it was the highest in 40 years, I think, since 1980 or whatever. And I mean, there was a model that predicted the election exactly right. It got every state right, and it was a model from economists that combined inflation data and unemployment data in all the states to predict who that they would vote for. So I think inflation was a big issue.
You want to know who else's model?
The double doctorate himself.
Papa Gibbs was right. Exactly. I just say it. I want to go.
I was one state and one senator off based on the. That being said, we can go through the polling. I'm writing a script. I got a massive, like 2-hour-long video documentary about 3 different subjects I think lost Biden the election. Inflation was one of them. There's about an 8-month lag between you see inflation spike up above 3.5% year to year measured monthly. You see it hit that, about 7-8 months go by, Biden's still getting positive economic polling numbers. You see it flip, and it's right around about a month after Jerome Powell and him start disagreeing, and inflation hits about 7%. That was when the public turned on him. You had 2 cycles to turn it around, as you claimed it was going to be, and it got worse in those 2 cycles. So, same thing for immigration and the Afghanistan withdrawal were the other 2 things.
I would say he did a good job, and worldwide, there was inflation. Every single country, every incumbent lost this year, just about.
They did a good job of staving off the bleeding. It's just that they said they were wrong. But that's the big thing. They were wrong about inflation. So.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, they got the bleeding down. Absolutely. They were reduced. They should be given credit for it. But that's all I got, gentlemen. I still feel like my 2 points were unaddressed. Like, nobody gave me an idea of an alternative for a policy that you do if China's flooding the markets with cheap steel that they artificially reduce using bad market, non-capitalist practices. Like,
I mean, one, I'm not convinced they're doing that with steel, but
I have an answer: is we tell them that if they don't stop, then we're going to give more weapons to Taiwan, and that's really.
We've been talking about trying to end that problem since Ross Perot ran in 1992. So.
And tariffs didn't work either, so we need something stronger.
So I'm going to wrap this up here. I'm going to let you, any closing thoughts y'all want to give before we go? Y'all can go one at a time here, and then I'm going to wrap this up and switch to Degen and League Night because it's Friday, and that's what we do on Fridays. We do degeneracy and gaming. So any closing thoughts? I'll go start from bottom. We'll go to the top here. Not front. You can start.
Free trade is goated. I appreciate you inviting me here, Gibbs. I thank you very much. I look forward to doing stuff in the future. If you want to have me again, I stream on YouTube. Go watch me debate other people about this, and go watch me debate J6ers about J6 on my YouTube channel. Non-fun, I know enough one. I'll see you guys later.
Sal,
I'm sorry.
What's up?
What is up? What is up? The sky is up, right?
For real.
That's right. No, I mean, good debate. I listened to the last, 30 minutes or whatnot, but God, the Pentuple guy is, so ignorant.
God, I tweeted him again. I know, he won't engage with a single thing I say because he's scared of me. He's scared of me. Everyone tweet this clip at him. He is scared of me.
It's like, what do you say when you're dumb? It's like, oh, you big words, I'm so smart. Like, no, people say stuff and mean stuff.
It wasn't even that big of words. And everything, he asked me to define opportunity cost. I did. I was like, there were multiple points where I was like, do you need me to break it down more? I can tell you exactly what real consumption possibilities mean. But he doesn't.
Yeah, very silly. But yeah, I mean, I feel like with people like that, they have no data because they cannot get data. I feel like you should just, I don't know, it sounds ridiculous, but
Damn, who are you? What do you want to talk about?
The best strategy is just being and again, the data says this. I'll read it again. Reduce employment, reduce growth, reduce productivity. They have nothing to counter this. This is a very good study, and it says exactly what I'm saying.
I think it went decent at Kana Boy. Some of them wouldn't engage with me because they're scared. You can join the VC, by the way. Just remember, you have perms if you want to.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's strong. The other guy, what's his name? Average Debate Enjoyer? Is that the guy?
Average Debate Enjoyer, yeah.
Yeah,
I did eventually ask him the question, do you think labor standards improved because of the tariffs? And he said no. And I was like, okay, well then like.
Many people should highlight the contradiction.
Thanks for the follow, Coolio Fun.
My God, did you watch the debate?
A Kana Boy.
I didn't. I only watched
Right. No, I'm just talking about how to talk to there are like a couple branches of Trumpists because Trump is so vague and like basically inject whatever meaning you want into what he's saying. Like one guy can say, "Oh, Trump is actually agrees that tariffs are bad economically. He just wants to do them as like a
as a threat."
tool.
Yeah.
The other guy would be like, "Actually, tariffs are awesome, and Trump agrees, and he wants to do them to improve manufacturing." It's like you need to debate both of these people at the same time and contradict each other. And then, but yeah, so I feel like with the people who are like, it's a negotiating tool that he does because he's like playing 4D chess, or that you see Mexico caved immediately. It's like, you should ask these people, like, one, why did he implement tariffs that he never revoked then, if it's a negotiating tool? Seems like he's actually serious about that. Second, why did these tariffs work at all? I mean, China didn't improve their labor like regulations, and you hit on that. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
They also didn't reply to my points. I said like Trump doesn't know what a tariff is, and they just wouldn't engage with that. They wouldn't engage with that at all. And then I said like there was something else I said they never engaged with. I forget, but yeah, they would not engage with that.
What do you think about the argument that like, look, free trade is awesome, but it moves voters to the right? What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that, every country's had to deal with globalization and the pressures thereof, but I think that we haven't really seen sort of right-wing festering in a lot of different countries that have experienced this. Like, if I think of, the European countries, it seems like their right-wing sort of upswell wasn't really as a result of free trade, but more so the free movement of people. And so I don't think that really applies to the U.S. Particularly. So it's really just about setting up your economic institutions in such a way that people can sort of more directly feel the benefits of trade and globalization. Because just making an argument and being like, well, actually, over the course of the last 25 years, this bread that you're buying would have been an extra $1 more expensive per loaf if it wouldn't been for free trade. It's like, well, that's not a very...
Yeah, but as far as I know, we have studies on like, the effects of like there are I can post one in the side chat here. It's like they show that like, free trade like NAFTA has moved people to the right, like the counties or areas that got hit harder.
Well, but it's just a dumb argument. It's like, okay, so how far down does this argument go? It's like, well, free trade is bad because it hurts, domestic manufacturers. It's like, well, okay, yeah, but why is that? Well, that's because we live in a market capitalist system. Like, are markets bad for the same reason? Like,
well, I agree, it's good. No, well, actually, it's good that it hurts manufacturing. That's the real red pill.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
I said that, and he just laughed. He didn't engage.
You could ultimately reduce this criticism down to like, well, should we just like get rid of capitalism and markets then? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, no,
like,
I'm saying free trade is like an unwinnable political position. So if your party runs on it, it's more likely to lose, therefore leading fascists to be the people.
Well, I don't think you should run on free trade, but like you could run on a lot of the institutions that would make trade substantially more equitable, right? Like if you were to run on things like unionization, worker board membership, social wealth fund, things like that. It's like, well, hey, these are reasons to support these institutions is, hey, those problems that you see with trade, well, this actually greatly alleviates those problems and spreads the wealth a lot better.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just talking, do you know Lefty Sam? I don't know if you ever talked to him. But yeah, he's like an econ. Yeah, he's an Discord econ nerd. I was just talking to him, and he cited this study. I don't know how to respond to people who are like, yeah, I don't like this policy because it makes people more right-wing. It's like, yeah, kind of. but that's not what I talk about when I talk about economics. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean, again, it's like I don't think that that's a great reason to change it. Again, it's just about sort of how do we more directly align the incentives of people to favor free trade, and I think that's really what it's about. And so yeah, like having things like a sovereign wealth fund or like a very equitable tax system and government services and benefits and things like that.
Right.
Boy, how high of tariffs are you okay with Democrats putting up to keep people to the left enough to support a sovereign wealth fund?
Yeah, that'd be funny. It's like we'll agree to a sovereign wealth fund, but only if it's funded by tariffs. I'd be like, oh, that's actually the benefit.
Damn.
No, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously the Democrats engaged in some protectionist policies under Biden. I think Biden doubled the lumber tariffs from Canada, and he kept all the Chinese tariffs as well. So I don't know.
The discourse in the description, but
I think that the Democrats should generally govern as free trade as possible, and then campaign on basically equitable equitable economic institutions.
Yeah.
Because then you have the sort of latitude to do either one. So.
No, I agree with that. Also, I mean, Biden also let some of the tariffs expire. It's unlike he did.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of tariffs. I mean, I don't...
Not right now, Manar.
Under Obama and stuff, I mean, certain tariffs were enacted and maintained and things like that. But I don't know. Like, if I was president, I feel like I'd be like, yeah, like, we're getting rid of, like, 90% of tariffs. Like, oh, we have... Because a lot of the tariffs that you see are such little, like, very minute things. Like, it's like, oh, we're going to tariff fucking... I don't know. Like, we're going to put a tariff on, like, phosphorus exports from... Botswana. It's like, well, why the fuck does that exist?
What's the name of that thing? Is it called the Harmonized Tariff Act or something? Like the U.S. tariff code is like 1,000 pages, and it's like insane. It says like at one point it says something like one company can like import doesn't have a tariff on like dolls that are like ninjas, but if it's like I don't know samurai, then it's tariff. Like it's some insane like hyper specific stuff.
Yeah, I just don't know if tariffs are really. I don't know if tariffs are ever really great policy. I feel like if you wanted to sanction a country, it would make more sense just to do like a ban on certain imports.
Or if you want to bring back manufacturing, just do a tax credit or something, right? But like a tariff.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, you
that's
said
what
that.
The CHIPS Act did. Like the CHIPS Act was this sort of. That's the one part of the debate that I did listen to was when everyone was misunderstanding the CHIPS Act. They were like, but you're picking winners and losers. It's like, well, no, you're not, dumb fuck. Like, the CHIPS Act is a broad-based subsidy for just generally participants in this market, right? Like, in one hand, you could say, well, you're picking the industry that is a winner of these government subsidies and tax credits. But it's like, well, that's what you're doing with tariffs. You're saying we need tariffs to protect manufacturing, right? And that's what the CHIPS Act does, right? It subsidizes domestic industry. I mean, again, China, like people say, well, like China tariffs, they're good, but what they also do is like heavy subsidization of domestic industry. Like,
right.
To me, that's just a better way to do protectionism. It's just more equitable, and it's ultimately like much more pro-consumer. So.
Do you think DBCFT is like a tariff? Some people call it that. I don't see it at all, but some people call it that.
Yeah, I don't.
It's called a border adjustment tax, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what is the adjustment just on the difference in corporate tax between the countries.
I think
I'm not sure about the adjustment.
I forget exactly Hold on, let me pull up Micah's blog post on it.
It's destination based. If it's sold in the United States, it's what do you call it? It's in the tax base.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know.
Sure. I mean, Micah wanted to do like a carbon-based tariff, as well, which again, that's a form of tariff. So generally, I would generally just favor collectivizing wealth and then doing some sort of dividend sort of expansion welfare policy, and then having essentially just free trade at that point. I don't really see the big.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because if you had like I don't know, if you had like a sovereign wealth fund that paid people like 10 grand a year, it's like, well, fuck, I mean, that's such an easy way to align incentives and make people feel so much better off.
Yep.
And so,
That being said, I feel like that might create inflation pressures, and like we could get like retarded voters again. Like I don't know, I'm not sure. Like imagine, like I could see some voters saying like, yeah, I get more money from the government now, but I don't know, inflation's higher. It's like,
now
I don't know.
this would be done methodically over time, and you'd have to keep in mind as well that I guess you could argue that it's more inflationary than like current dividend distributions because they're so unequal, but this kind of injection would happen over time, and I don't think we would have much to worry about with regard to inflation.
I mean, 10K a year, that's like 3 trillion in spending just on that, right?
Yeah, but again, you increase that amount over time, right?
And you reduce other spending for it.
Well, yeah, you could reduce spending just depending on how big the pot of money ends up becoming, but like Alaska, for instance, they've had this dividend for a long time, and the dividend isn't that much, to be fair. I think it's about anywhere from like $1,000 to $2,000 per person per year. But it's just a little dividend that people get over time, and it doesn't seem to have incredibly terrible effects on prices.
Right.
After all, I mean, like, this is money that people spend into the system, and productive capacity can respond to that increased demand over time. So
Yep.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, also, if we want to reduce spending, we could privatize the biggest Ponzi scheme in U.S. history or in the world history. It's called Social Security. No. I'm only like 30% joking, but the rhetoric I'm joking about. But either way, no. I mean, I don't know. It's just like I feel so helpless talking to like Trumpists who are like super pro tariff, but they cannot define opportunity cost and comparative advantage. It's
Dude,
like,
what are you they obviously don't know anything about what they're talking about. Like, it's
They don't.
really funny to watch. I mean, I think
I have strong opinions. I cannot get into that mindset.
Dude, I need to find a better way to explain the balance of payments to people too, because none of them they keep just saying the money is leaving the country, and I'm like, that's not how that works.
You have to hear about this. You have to hear about this. Okay. I took an econ course. I took micro last semester, and now I'm taking macro. Well, I'm not anymore. But my professor, he's insane. He started by saying like, oh well, he like does like mini economic history every time he introduces like a policy or a concept. It was like, okay, well, so we had Obama, he got into office, he did a bunch of trade agreements. Then Trump got into office, and then like did tariffs and reduced the trade deficit. And then Democrats, what did they do when they came into office? You would think they would do more trade agreements, but no, they actually did more tariffs because they know he was right. I don't know how a professor in Israel can tell me that, but either way. And then like second lecture, he defines GDP. And he says, oh, you subtract imports. That's because the trade deficit actually subtracts from your GDP. And you can see, I swear to God, I don't understand how you can be a macro professor and tell me this.
That's wild. Yeah, that's like report to the department chair level.
I know. I looked up his name, and then like all I can find is like one article by him that got popular of him saying that like actually our ships that in our ports actually polluting more than all our factories combined. And I'm like, did I just like have bad?
I think I'm not getting a degree in economics. I will go to school for economics.
I would be like, hey, like department chair, like this is just wrong. The information we're being taught. Like,
exactly. I like opened the textbook. He's like he before the lecture. He like the first slide in the lecture is like macroeconomics by Mankiw, and I opened Mankiw. And I see, oh, actually, you subtract the trade deficit just as an accounting thing, not as like a causal thing. Because think about the shit you're saying. Like GDP also equals like consumption plus savings plus taxes. Does it mean that if we tax more, we increase GDP? Like think about the shit you're saying. Shut the fuck up. It's like I don't know. But yeah, I ended up dropping the course and replaced it with like an AI course. Because one, it clashed with another course, and second, fuck that. I'm not taking like this course by this crazy professor. Like
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I do find myself having a more difficult time defending the Democratic platform in a relative sense, just because, like at this point, I do find that like man, like I'm very very far to the left of the Democratic Party, it seems like, based on their economic message. And it's harder to defend like the relatively milquetoast reforms of the Democrats versus the Republicans, because it's like, what are the Democrats offering in response, Connor Boy? It's
Yeah,
like,
they
well,
stand
fuck,
for
they're
nothing.
offering like a increase in the child tax credit, and
Which is
they're
awesome.
offering.
Like it's technical. It has credit in it. Like what? Why?
It's technical, and it's not something that affects most people, right? Like, most people don't have kids, and I think it's just one of those things that the Democrats just need to have bigger ideas, because these conversations become a little bit easier, to convince people of, because it's like, oh, your party is actually running on a very salient platform, basically, which Kamala just completely failed to do, I think, in this election.
Oh, also my professor did like the memes of like, when you have a trade deficit, that's money leaving your economy. That's how it decreases GDP. It's like
Yeah, I don't know why people think this. This is a very weird.
he's a professor. This guy is a professor, and he says that. I don't know how. Maybe I don't know. That's why we need like free trade, so I could import professors from the United States. Like this is crazy. But yeah. Oh, TikTok. Oh, the guy who funds you, $20 not fun. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was great. Yeah.
Oh,
Are you still
kill me.
streaming?
I am right now.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, how would you, Econoboy, how would you like argue against like the people saying money's leaving your country because you trade?
Well, I think that it's money leaving your country, but at the same time, it's also, products that have a perceived value that's higher than the money, right? So,
Yep.
we kind of rely on imports to underpin so much of our consumption. Like some like very high percentage of parts of like all American vehicles, like vehicles like made by American companies, are foreign imported parts. And that's because there's obviously a value add from those parts relative to what's available domestically. And so if you trust markets, basically, like Republicans sit in this awkward spot where like they're very, very pro free market. They would all call themselves capitalist, but then it's like, but that only like, oh, capitalism only in one country? Is that how it works? Like, what the
Right.
fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about? Like, obviously, markets internationally should behave substantially the same as markets domestically. And so, if your criticism is like, oh, they're flooding the economy with shitty ass things that are super duper low in quality, it's like, well, why isn't that true with all markets? Are we just like, are we Platoists now, or do we just don't think markets are like a thing, but we're not socialist? Like, what?
Right.
What are you talking about, guys? Like,
Yeah, it's also, I mean, also like with immigration, it's even worse, right? But because like labor is also a commodity, so, like it should also be free flowing. But that means more brown people in your country, and that's a big
Yeah.
no-no.
I didn't get to
Except for
make
the
this
brown
point.
people in your country already, they'll vote for that apparently.
I didn't make this point in the debate, but they kept saying like, Trump's going to use tariffs as a threat to make Mexico crack down on immigration out, and I want to do this. I don't know why. I don't remember why I couldn't, but I was like, hey, look, like free trade and immigration are like substitute goods. Like you should want, like Mexican workers can work in Mexico and still provide us goods. Like, shouldn't you want this? But
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, it's also I don't know how to talk to people like that because they don't understand. Like they don't. If I ask them what's comparative advantage, they don't know.
Talking to someone who's part of a fucking cult. Like, there's obviously nothing, that you can say that would, penetrate their entire media ecosystem. Like, I think that changing somebody's mind politically is, typically a very lengthy, almost like process of socialization, where like it seems like a lot of people, in order to get them to like radically change their political perspective, they have to essentially be immersed in like oppositional viewpoints and like good representatives from the other side. Like they have to like go to a new city or radically change their family dynamic.
So
before
how
they
do
start
we
considering-
deprogram 80 million people?
No, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think you do. Like I think ultimately, all you can do is try to inspire the sort of, like your, like maybe like your marginally detached base, where like these are people who, when they vote Democrat, but they don't, typically vote, or they don't vote as often as we would want them to. And then you've got, the like hobbits of America who just don't really give a fuck at all about politics, trying to get those people inspired to vote. And I think that that's really one of the reasons why the Democrats should try to stop all this moderate stuff and say, like, these are our bold policy solutions, because I think that would just inspire more people to kind of stubbornly vote.
Are you Ossoff 28?
Dude, honestly, here's the thing that worries me about Ossoff and Warnock. I mean, I think ultimately,
yeah, okay,
2028.
we get it. Do it. Yeah,
Hey, man, my first presidential vote was for Bernard Sanders.
That's right.
Known Jew. All right.
Okay.
But no, I think that I hope 2028 is just generally speaking a very competitive primary. I mean, I think Ossoff, Warnock, they would both be strong candidates. I just do hope that Ossoff and Warnock, I just hope that they would run on bold platforms. I would worry that because they're kind of more moderate aligned right now, that they would be like, oh, we got to run on like making the minimum wage $11, and we got to run on like the Medicare eligibility age going to 62. And it's like, no, you fuck. Like, just run on like a few big ass fucking bold things,
No, 100%. We need an Ossoff Shapiro ticket. Nothing could go wrong with 2 G's.
Ossoff Shapiro. No, yeah, like I think Ossoff. I mean, I think an all Georgia ticket would be great. Like Ossoff and Warnock just both seem like really, really star politicians.
Yeah.
But I think.
But are we giving up the Senate seats? Like, are we willing to do that?
I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, I think the Democratic environment will probably be like sufficiently blue that if Ossoff, like Warnock can run for, if I'm not mistaken, he can run for re-election and vice president at the same time. So I don't imagine he would lose in 2028. And then Ossoff would be, if he lost, he would be running for re-election in 2032. Right? So like those seats would be secured for,
and they're young.
Several more years. And so yeah, I think it's worth it. I just happen to think AOC is a really strong choice. Everyone fucking is bullshitting.
Yeah.
They're bullshitting themselves when they disagree with me. All right.
Okay, thank you for letting me know I can dismiss your opinions.
Oh my God.
I feel like
my God.
I feel like AOC could be fine. I feel like
she would be very fine in Maine, but not in Pennsylvania.
Oh my
not
God.
in Georgia.
Shut the fuck up, sample text, okay? This guy over here, okay? Oh, every time a woman runs for president, he's got a problem.
True.
Oh, I thought Kamala was pretty good, but she ran the best campaign she could. It's just Biden.
Yeah, if only she could run as a man. Am I right, sample text?
I mean, honestly.
Oh my God. See,
I blame Biden for our loss. I mean, Biden just decided to run again, and that was crazy.
Okay. Fucking... No, that's bullshit, okay? AOC totally would be a strong candidate. The only issue with AOC is it's hard to say that she would win the primary because it seems like to win a Democratic primary, you have to be really strong with black voters. And it's just, I don't know, like no progressive, like outside of Obama, because Obama did run as a progressive in 2008.
Right.
None of them have... really penetrated like black ecosystems. It seems like Bernie Sanders really struggled with black voters every time he ran for president. Current progressives don't poll particularly well with black voters. So
you know who will do well with black people? It's JD Vance. AOC versus JD Vance. Who's gonna all the black votes?
No, but in the primary, I'm saying like if black people, black people are so like powerful in the Democratic primary because they're very like reliant sort of primary voters basically, and it's like if you're like Pete Buttigieg and you're polling at like 1% with black people, like I don't know how you ever win a Democratic primary, right?
That's right.
Whereas like Ossoff and Warnock, Georgia's like a black state on the Democratic side, that is obviously, and so they've got a lot of sort of natural inroads with the black community, which would put them at a good advantage in the primary, even relative to people like Newsom. Like, I think Newsom would probably have substantially the same problem in 2028. Is like, I just don't really see, if like Raphael Warnock is running for president and fucking, like South Carolina primary voters are choosing between like Newsom and Warnock, like they're not gonna fucking vote for Newsom. Like they're gonna vote for the former pastor from the fucking
in general, like
Martin Luther King Church.
The lefty Sam guy also told me like Ro Khanna should run. It's like should run, and it's like it's actually
Yeah,
California.
Ro Khanna would be great, but he'd have the same problem.
No,
Yeah.
I mean it's also California. It's just like I feel like a lot of swing states just really hate California.
Yeah, I
They would
don't
never vote.
honestly. I don't think anyone from California would be a good
Fuck
pick. I really
California,
don't think
alright? Burn
exactly.
it to the
California.
Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously, yeah, that's one thing that I've always said about Newsom is like he has to defend like an
California.
ultimately indefensible sort of an indefensibly ran state. You know, it's
Yeah.
not all Newsom's fault, obviously, but like California has
state
terrible
Democrats
policies.
decided to just be like retarded. Like I don't know why Democrats are like good on the federal level, and on like California and New York they're just like dog shit.
Yeah, like I don't understand, dude. It's like the reverse meme where it's like it's like average North Carolina like statewide election, and it's just Normanstein Democrat versus Adolf fucking Hitler, and it's like what the fuck, you know?
Yeah,
That's how it's like that in reverse. It's like average like red state Democrat literally wants to socialize the means of production, but then for some reason the fucking one-party Democratic state of California can't pass like a fucking healthcare plan. How the fuck does that work? You know, I don't
It's
get
also
that
like
at all.
Bro, Kevin, we elected Trump, who hasn't held any office before. Okay, no one cares anymore. No one cares. You don't need political experience. No one cares.
It's racist. It's like a schizophrenic Marjorie Taylor Greene type. Although she's from a safe red district, but yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It just seems like, unfortunately, like California is governed really terribly from an economic perspective in many ways, and so yeah, I just don't think. I think it's very difficult for like Newsom to defend that record, especially it's like, dude, Newsom also was like the former mayor of San Francisco.
Well,
like,
I think that
governor of
hurts
California.
Kamala as well.
Well, Kamala at the least could always say like, look, I was never running shit in these places. Like I was the district attorney in San Francisco. Like I was just the attorney general. I was just a U.S. senator. Like I'm not actually in charge of shit. Whereas like Newsom doesn't get that excuse, right? Like he was the mayor of San Francisco. You know, he was the governor of fucking California. And
I just don't,
so yeah, that's
I
difficult.
don't see AOC winning though. It's just
yeah, in the
impossible.
primary it's tough. That's who I
No,
would
not in
support, though.
primary. She wins primary. I don't see she like. I don't know if she will win, but the primary. But she's not winning federally. She's just not getting
Dog,
the vote.
you're so what? You think AOC loses in the general in
Yes,
28?
easily,
You're
easily.
insane.
Like hard for me to think of states she wins.
Oh my god, what do you mean? She would do so fucking well in the general election. You're wrong, sample
Okay,
test.
I'd like put like I don't know. I'm willing to. bet on
AOC's
it
the
if she
general
wins.
election candidate.
Didn't she
It's
say
a
she's
49 state land. No, I'm just kidding. It's not a 49 state landslide, but you know, I think she wins the election at the very least. Like, I think she probably does pretty well relative to Kamala with like disaffected Hispanic voters. I think she probably inspires a lot of those young people who sat out this time to come back. And I think she does hold on ultimately to like the educated college base, because the educated college-educated base of the party, they're overwhelmingly more left-leaning, right? So I mean, I don't know. I think she's a pretty strong general election candidate. I don't know if she's truly optimal. Like, it might be the case that like Ossoff with a more progressive platform is like the truly optimal candidate. But it's just a relative weighing in the primary of like, if as a voter, what do you think is a bigger risk? Like Ossoff becoming the candidate and running on a very milquetoast, uninspiring platform, or AOC becoming the candidate and I don't know, like her leftism like turns off some percentage of people, right? It's like, I don't know.
We're gonna get Reagan 2.0.
Dude,
Like,
yeah,
I just think. Okay, hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. Hold on.
Vance's Reagan. That's like crazy
Hold on.
to me.
If Trump does what he says he's going to do,
Yeah.
do we agree that 2028 people ain't going to be
For us
happy
to win.
with the Republicans? Can we agree with that?
Yes,
That's
probably.
Basically, if Trump does what he says he's going to do, sample text, then
Right.
come 2028, that's going to be a tough year for Republican politicians.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, so like I just can't. But it's going to be really tough. It's going to be like
It's gonna be very
Obama
tough.
08 times 20% tough.
It's
Like,
gonna be very tough because they're illiterate. But for one,
Yeah.
like we already have 60 million people in a cult, easy, ready to vote for them, right? Of course,
yeah,
that
but
doesn't
we
win you.
got like there's like 90 million people in this country who I think if if they voted, they would vote for Democrats, and so I think we've got the sort of raw
Yeah,
number
I agree.
advantage.
Just not an AOC Democrat.
No, you're so God
I-
damn it,
I-
Tech.
I don't
Like,
know.
would
I feel
put
like AOC could turn out
$1,000
voters. I feel like
primary, I would put $1,000 for you.
AOC will implement socialism by the margin. She'll win so many goddamn seats that the fucking right wing will start fleeing to
Let me
Alberta,
guess, you think
Canada.
Bernie would have won.
Bernie would have won, sample text. Are you joshing me? Yes,
Predictable.
100%.
Yeah, no. Yes,
He
she
beats
can,
Trump
but not
in
AOC.
16.
Not AOC. No, I was in favor of identity politics, but not this one. Not this one. This one is a woman
Dude,
that
AOC is not like on this identity shit. Like she's always talking about economics and like the class struggle and stuff like that appeals to your average, your blue collar workers.
It's just like no, these
Oh
people are
my
not
God.
secretly progressive and just waiting to hear
I
someone
didn't say that. I
I don't think they're secretly progressive. I think they fall for populism.
I think they like populism. They like bold
We need
economic
an awesome
messages.
populist. Like, look, I don't know. We need like a populist Ossoff. We need a populist Shapiro. We need a populist like.
Look, I would agree. I would say that like a populist Ossoff who goes fucking Super Saiyan in a general election is that's probably a really really strong ticket. And the primary
AOC is vice
campaign.
president, okay.
Look, the
How about
primary.
you?
I'm open to being wrong. I might end up voting for. I probably ultimately will end up strategically voting in the primary when it comes to time in 2028.
Sure.
It'll just be like, of the top two, who do I like more, probably kind of thing. And
Yeah.
so I don't know who I'll end up actually voting for, but I think AOC would probably be my my first choice on a ranked ballot.
Well, she's not gonna run. She said she's not gonna run.
She better run, bro.
She's not
Who's
gonna.
gonna be the progressive if not her?
It's gonna be Buttigieg.
Who will answer the call?
Look, I wish Buttigieg. I wish. The guy's so awesome, but he's not gonna run.
Buttigieg
I mean,
has.
Is he
like,
not going to
no
run? Why
chance.
wouldn't he run? You don't think he has a chance?
Buttigieg's
Literally,
gonna get obliterated.
there's a 0% chance
Yeah.
Buttigieg becomes president in 2028.
Like, I'm a data science guy. I do probability theory a lot. This is actually the first case of negative probability ever.
yeah, actually, negative probability.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like I don't think Buttigieg has. Again, it's the same problem. Like he's never winning in South Carolina. He's never winning that primary. He's never winning in Georgia, the
Sure.
broader South. Like it's just a big problem when you have like 30 states who black people are like 40 to 75% of Democratic primary voters, and you just cannot win any of them because you're polling at like 3% with black people. Like no, like there's no way
Yeah.
Buttigieg
Yeah.
would win. I think there's a chance that like if Ossoff or Warnock wins in 28, that Buttigieg becomes like an even crazier position. Like he becomes like the Secretary of the Treasury or like the Secretary of Defense even.
Yeah, that's good.
And like then he would really have enough name recognition that he could make a serious play in 28 or in 32 or in a 36. And he would also kind of be older and like a little bit more experienced, right? So it would just maybe make more mechanical
Right.
sense. But in
No, he's
28,
good as
no,
a
like there's no
secretary.
way.
He's just never president. He's never president. He's not. The wonks are good, like as the deep state, not as like the elected state, or as the
But
shallow
Pete
state.
Buttigieg is really good at like
Shadow
interviews and stuff. He's really good at actually explaining the wonkism.
Okay,
He's
people
not,
don't care.
No, but black people are not going to vote for him in the primary, non-fun.
Yeah, and you know why.
Do it.
We'll just install him again, okay?
No, why?
No,
No,
for
I
the
mean, I
same
think
reason they're not gonna vote for Ossoff or Shapiro. Okay, but I don't know.
wait.
Well, there is
Oss-
homophobia in the
Ossoff,
black community. Are we
Shapiro,
gonna pretend that's not a factor in their
And
vote?
Buttigieg, what do they have all in common?
Oh no, I'm not saying that. No, with Buttigieg it's homophobia, but like there's also like I don't see them voting for like
Homophobia.
Ossoff and.
I mean,
huge
maybe.
vote.
I think that I don't know. I think that it seems like if you're black yourself, you do get like a really like you just kind of get a natural premium with black voters more so than I think other racial groups.
Yeah.
And I think
Same
that
similar with any other group, right? Like whites and probably Latinos are going to swing heavily for
And-
AOC.
and maybe I don't know, maybe like black communities are like substantially more close knit or something like that. Because it just seems like if there's no like preferred black candidate that black people vote for, there is oftentimes like one or two candidates where like clear majority of black people vote for.
It's also they're very religious. I mean, keep in mind Warnock was like an ex-priest or something, right? Or was he actually like still
pastor? No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I think like even though my preferred candidate would be AOC, I think the strongest primary candidate would be like probably like a Warnock or an Ossoff. People say Westmore. I'm just not familiar with Westmore to really say, but I just think that they've got like more long tail than like a Newsom or something like that. I think what happens with Newsom is like he comes into the race, gets like a lot of initial coverage, he starts polling at like 20%. But then I just don't think he's got the legs for like a national campaign. Like I think that a guy like Ossoff or Warnock will appeal much more than Newsom. But I could be wrong. I just don't. There's not really a history of like California Democrats like doing well in primaries. Like Kamala did horribly in the 2020 primary, and before that it was like Obama. Before that Kerry. Before that. Al Gore, Clinton, like these are all Southern Democrats, So.
Yeah. What do you think is going to be the most economically damaging policy from Trump?
The mass deportations.
Yeah.
For sure. If he actually deports, if he actually closes the border and deports like 10 million people, I think that's for sure a recession. Like for sure a recession, I would say.
Okay, well, but what, like in terms of like the ratio between like how likely is it versus how good it is economically? Like which one do you think it is?
I think it's pretty likely that he gets away with most of his immigration platform.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's tough to say because this is kind of like untread ground, I think, and so it's hard to say how the courts would rule. But I'm just inclined to think that the courts will, generally speaking, rule with Trump, especially when, like, if Thomas and Alito resign close to the beginning of his term, and he gets to appoint literally a strict majority of the court, like, I'm not inclined to think that this Supreme Court will not side with Trump, and so if he's able to effectively close the border and deport like 10 million people. Yeah. Then that would be so terrible for the economy, and it does seem like he's able to do those things. So
it's still hard for me to think that it's likely, even though like there is the mechanisms for it to happen. Also, I mean, Sotomayor dying is likely. I think though the biggest
dude, if Sotomayor fucking dies, I'm leaving the fucking country. It's over. It's
already over. It's already over.
If Sotomayor fucking dies during Trump's fucking term.
I mean, it's
over.
Even if she lives, it's already over because again, 2 MAGA Supreme we're gonna have a MAGA court for 40 years.
You know what's worse than 5 MAGA Supreme Court justices? 6 MAGA Supreme Court justices. Sample text. It's ogre, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, if Sotomayor dies, then it's all over, boys.
And she said she's not gonna I guess I don't know if it was good that she said she's not gonna resign now.
Oh, fuck Sotomayor.
Yeah,
and Ginsburg for that shit, dude.
Probably good because the Republicans can.
Like you're old, just leave.
No, but they'll try to block it. They'll succeed.
Enjoy your fucking retirement.
I mean, by now it's too late. But Sotomayor.
Yeah. Saying like 20 days ago, like they'll block it.
But that's such bullshit.
They'll block it.
That pisses me off, dude. Like
I agree.
I don't know. It's
but
just
also,
like,
I mean, I feel like the biggest, like the policy with the biggest like likelihood to like harm ratio or in the positivity or positive results ratio is like replacing Powell with like a lunatic. Like
I was gonna say I think especially because the court would side with him there too. Like
I don't think.
No. I don't think he will like actually make depose Powell. I think just Powell's term will end in 2020.
Yeah, but I don't think that the Senate's gonna let him pick a crazy person to be the head of the Federal Reserve. I think that is one of those ones where like the Senate will actually prevent him.
No, the Senate will cave for Judy Shelton. Like I think they will.
I don't think so. I think that I just think that it would be. It's just historically, I should say, just been like pretty, like a well protected institution. Like the Judy Shelton lady, like she literally got voted down by the Senate when she was up. Now you could say like maybe Trump's like grasp on power in the Republican Party has tightened, but I just don't really think so to that extent. Like, I don't think that 50 Senate Republicans.
Then why did Trump say he's going to propose?
Windows 11 is awesome. Fuck you.
If like they know it's not going to
Well,
work.
he might have reason to believe that he'll do better in the vote this time around. But I mean, if we think about like Powell, you know, I think that
the
his
beliefs
term,
of the cultist, of the cult leader, rather than like the hopes that he will fail.
Well, yeah. So I think that like on Jerome Powell, like his term, right? So I think that his term would end like sometime in like mid 26, and so we've got the same Senate, so the 53 to 47 Senate. You know, Collins and Murkowski, they're a no almost automatically, and so at that point, it's like, are there two more Senate Republicans that would be like, no, like you have to nominate like a fucking reasonable person to be the head of the Fed? Like, I don't know. I think that that's probably likely. I'm not saying it's impossible. You could be right, but I'd be real fucking shocked if like.
Okay, but like relative to how, like, okay, maybe it's not the most likely, but relative to 10 million people deported, I feel like it's way more likely. Like at least twice as likely.
I just really don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't know how hard it is. I mean, look, we already deport 200,000-300,000 people a year.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just don't know how hard it. I don't know how hard it is to like. Maybe it's just logistically impossible to deport that many people. But I mean, if Trump really does just dedicate like hundreds of thousands of members of the military to like going city by city and like deporting a fucking shitload of people, like
basically invading blue states, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. I could just see that fucking working and him being able to actually do that. I mean, especially because a lot of these communities are so intertwined. Like you could probably like target your efforts and like min-max really well, and yeah, and you go to big cities with a lot of undocumented immigrants like LA or Houston or places like that, and you just like fucking encircle the whole city and like deport everyone. It's like, yeah, I think you could really ramp that up, but
it's just very unlikely. But I mean, if it does happen, yeah, that's like an insta recession.
Yeah,
the tariff
sure.
thing, I don't
and
know
the social unrest would be like fucking completely
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Although that's why he might, if it's just so unpopular because of all the social unrest, because he's sending ICE agents into all these communities, and he might just stop doing them.
Yeah. Like all that needs to happen is just like one guy around him telling him like, yeah, that's bad for your legacy, and then he'll stop. No, I mean for real though.
Probably.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, I don't know. I fear for all my trans friends who are gonna get like fucked by Trump. I fear for all the people who now will have way harder inflation, are gonna get deported and whatnot. But still, I don't know if it's me being a bad person. The thing I'm most upset about by Trump winning is that, Jack Smith, RIP, my guy.
Yeah, for sure.
He had a good cause, and now he's dead for it. No. That's the thing that upsets me the most. Like, the justice will never be achieved. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. No, I'm fine. Can you explain to him why AOC will lose? I gotta go to sleep. I don't know if he's getting it. I don't know if he's understanding.
I don't know if I don't think AOC would be as bad as you think. The reason, I think, because AOC said like cringe, super progressive stuff or whatever in like 2019 and 2020.
Too based.
Yeah, too woke. People might not like that, just like people constantly criticize Kamala Harris for that nonstop, even though it's dumb.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is such an example. We're going to see this fucking meme. This is going to be like the meme of 2028. Okay, it's going to be the day after the election. AOC's won by like, it's like 9 p.m. and we already know she's won, right? It's going to be a crazy landslide. And then the meme is going to be like Kamala, like, please, can you vote for me? Like, I'm just a good moderate. And all the fucking swing states are like, shut your bitch ass up. We don't give a fuck about no Democrat. And then AOC's over here like, I'm literally going to socialize the means of production. And then all the swing states are like, all hail Queen AOC. Like, they all vote for, like, that's exactly what's going to happen. Sample text.
Be fine putting money on it. If she wins the primary, I'm putting money.
I'll bet you $10 billion right now. Right now, sample text.
We can do 100.
100 billion it is.
$100, dog. $100. 100 gorillion. Okay, 100 gorillion.
Yeah, but we'll see. Because again, I do think she'll struggle in the primary, but we'll see.
Even if she wins the primary,
yeah, like you said,
like AOC, like like a Warren or something. I don't know.
I don't even know if she'll like you said, like I don't even know if she'll run, right? So
yeah.
I just don't know who the I just don't know who the progressive like person will be in 2028.
To me, the way I see it going is like, we're gonna get Democrats still being incompetent, and we're not gonna build like a progressive media space. We're not gonna get any over messaging through. Democrats are still gonna fail on messaging because they're incompetent. We're gonna pick a good nominee, not the perfect nominee. I don't know who it will be, but like they're not gonna offer radical change. And the radical change, if they do offer, is gonna be one that like gets us Reagan margins for the Republicans. And we're gonna lose again. That's what I see. Because Trump is not gonna implement all of his like insane.
Bro, you think we lose in 28? How the fuck?
I think it's
How
likely.
the fuck?
I think I'm like at 60% right now.
If things are as bad
60%, come on.
You think we'll lose?
I don't expect him to do like 10 million deportations. I don't.
Okay,
see
yeah,
it.
like if you just like don't think he'll do what he says he's gonna do, but I don't know. I think that
he
he
goes
will.
full like Hitler, of course. Where he's gonna get we're gonna get pretty good margins, so we're gonna get
Goes
Biden.
sicko mode. It
Yeah.
fucking wrecks us all. No,
We're
I
gonna
mean,
get
yeah,
Biden.
maybe. I think.
But
I mean,
I'm
to be
afraid-
fair, that's like the most guaranteed shit that he will do. Like he will end all the investigations and like fire a bunch of FBI agents and shit.
Yeah, I also hope he because people forget how horrible he was as like saying stuff, like just being the president and speaking. I hope he says some like out of pockets thing that will really cost him. Like I don't know, I feel like it's inevitable. One day we're gonna get the Trump N-word tweet. Like it's gonna happen one day. I don't know if it happens as president. I don't know if it happens as
I don't know, man. Maybe Trump just hasn't said the N-word.
ever.
Like, if it had been filmed, if film of him saying the N-word existed, wouldn't it have come out by now?
Oh no, I'm saying the tweet. Like he's gonna tweet it out like one day or something.
Oh, like during this presidency.
I mean, I feel like we were this close with Kamala. I feel like I don't know. That's what,
I think
like all she like imagine she says like Trump, you're like dumb and you have like I don't know.
Yeah, small
dick or
hands.
something.
Dude,
Small
I
hands,
literally
maybe,
think that Donald Trump Jr. is going to be the Republican nominee in 2028.
Oh, that's like the perfect. Yeah, please.
I 100% believe that. Like,
please, that guy is crazy.
and I'd be willing to bet. Like, I don't care if the polls said that Don Jr. as a hypothetical was polling at 1%. I'd bet $1,000 the day he announced.
Can you imagine any election race that is going to be a more crushing victory for the Democrats, more than like Don Jr. versus Hunter Biden? Like, no, for
like,
real though. I feel like the country might actually vote for Hunter Biden.
They might, dude. It might work.
Yeah, like if you had Don Jr. versus like John Ossoff. Dude, John Jr. would be such a bad presidential candidate. If you had like Don Jr. versus John Ossoff, like I think that you'd have a real fucking walloping on your hands there.
Think of it. Like if we run Hunter Biden in 28. When I say Biden 28, that's what I mean. Right? Like we could use all the Biden slogans from like 2020. We could use all the merchandise or whatever. We can recycle it. He looks hot. He's like a Chad. He could win. Hunter
Dude,
could
John
win.
Ossoff is way hotter than Hunter Biden though.
Sure.
That is true.
Sure.
John Ossoff is like actually a fucking model. It's ridiculous.
No, I agree.
Preposterous.
Did you see that like when he was running like 4 years ago? Like in some of the ads, they made his nose bigger. I think. Like that.
I did.
I know.
I love
That
that. I
happened.
love that. I don't know if it's like. Yeah, that's awesome. I think we should
this
do.
is the
Again,
thing,
we should have an Ossoff Shapiro ticket, and we make their noses all slightly longer.
When Loeffler, when Warnock was running against Loeffler,
Liberal.
she I think it was like a scandal that she ran ads that made Raphael Warnock look a lot darker skinned than he actually is. Like she like darkened his skin. So they did this same
Made him do
shit to Warnock.
blackface. Yeah.
No, I think I think overall if Ossoff wins re-election in 26, I think that'll be a good. I think generally speaking, that'll be like a good sign for Democrats. If Ossoff loses, in Georgia, I think that's a sign that like, man, like I guess these policies really aren't as unpopular as we thought they would be.
Yeah. But I mean,
20...
I don't know. I feel like right now the biggest thing is just having our own echo chambers. Like the entire media, right-wing media sphere is like, basically what Destiny's saying. He's on the money on that. They're insanely cultish. It's crazy to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, hopefully, because it'll be funny because all these prices aren't going to actually go down, and so we'll get to be like, oh, you know, eggs are actually 15% more expensive than they were when Trump took office. So.
Or also, like, you know, I mean, non-fun just talked, and again, they're cultists. They don't actually mean what they're saying. They're just saying it for the aesthetic. But the guy non-fun debated said, like, oh, if you know, if manufacturing increases under Trump, I'm going to consider that a victory. One, that's not happening. Two, Trump already was president, manufacturing declined. But like, why are you like this? Like, but they don't care.
Yeah,
don't
it's
care about
wild.
data.
Yep.
I think it's going to change their mind. Yeah.
All right.
You should.
I'm going to go sleep. I got to go nap a little bit. Yeah.
See ya, guys.
You wanted to say something?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna sleep in this week if that's fine with you.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, to see that.
That's right, though. No. That was a joke. Yeah, but bye.
Bye. Sticky Tank even still here.
Wait, is it pronounced Anfan or non-fan?
Kill yourself.
Kill yourself? That's not how it's pronounced. Can you say that on YouTube?
Yeah, so long as it's they don't care that much. It might get me demonetized, but you know what? Whatever.
I reported your stream.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. For child abuse.
Child abuse.
Yeah, that's right. Well, talk to her later. Did you see the Talking to a podcast?
Yeah, I did see that. That's so awesome, bro.
That's awesome. We should have a talking.
I know. I was just about to say we could make another version.
Also, respond to my last DM. Why are you running away?
I don't remember what you used.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I'll be your GF, bro. I got you. Sorry, I don't date Jewish people. I'm part of the I'm boycotting Israel. So.
Bagel.
We tried. I tried. Okay, bye.
What if there's cream cheese on that bagel?
What's your debate tips?
Yeah, so there's a lot of occasions where they were just kind of like spitting out a claim and then asking you like, oh, why is that wrong? Or how would you refute that? And it's like they didn't even present an argument. So I would just say hold on to them and be like, you didn't give an argument. It's like, demonstrate the logic, or, it's like prove why because getting into this tariff debate, it's always going to be Trumpers, and they're always going to make the positive claim that tariffs are good, so the responsibility is on them to prove it.
Sure. I guess I saw you say that in chat. I feel like I did that. I don't remember at this point, but I feel like after you said that, I did try to do it once. But yeah, I guess I just I don't know. Sometimes if they say something especially dumb, it's more interesting for me to just be like, hey, this is dumb, than it is to say like, hey, can you demonstrate why this is true?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could play it that way as well. It's definitely try to make them try to trigger them, because they're going to Gish Gallop, they're going to filibuster, they're going to lie. It's definitely not about trying to convince them, but it's about trying to convince the audience. So anytime you can make them look stupid is a good thing.
Yeah, I feel like I did decent. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did really well towards the end. You were kind of quiet in the beginning, but you really picked it up. Let's see here. Yeah, and I would hold back a little bit on your knowledge on trying to like make arguments and really just try to prove their arguments wrong, because you're so knowledgeable that I don't even think you really need to make any sort of arguments. You just have to make them.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you tend to get like overconfident on your knowledge, and it kind of sounds like a gish gallop. Even though it's like, I understand your points are valid, they're right, but the smooth brains aren't really going to interpret it correctly.
That is true. I've been trying to do that more often, where I make 1 point instead of like 4 points, even though all 4 points are correct. And then I'm trying not to use as much like econ language that people just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, because ultimately it is about trying to convince the audience, not, win the debate.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Sure. I'm going to watch Mortal Kombat or Verbal Combat.
Okay. Verbal Combat? What?
Yeah, it's Speakeasy's Verbal Combat. Yeah, you haven't heard of it?
I didn't notice what he called it, but yeah, I guess. Okay,
yeah,
well,
it's rolling.
I gotta head out. But
all right, I'll see you
thanks,
around.
I appreciate it. See you around, buddy. Thanks. All right, I love streaming. Love that you guys watch streaming. You guys want to head over to Pentuple? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny? Go over to Pentuple. Go over to Pentuple, okay? Go do that. Anyway. I love streaming. Appreciate that you guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow. We're doing more stuff like this more often now. I'm glad we built the Wick bridge. Happy to team up with Wick. Wick W. Total Wick W. Yeah, sub to the YouTube channel if you have not. It's the guy I debated. Epically owned. Anyway, love you guys. Love streaming. Thanks for making this happen. I will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you follow, sub to the YouTube channel. If you don't watch all the debate, I will upload it on YouTube, and you get to see it there. Bunch of edited highlights on YouTube, all that stuff. Thank you. Goodbye. Appreciate you guys. Love all you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys. Love me.